We're live, everybody. Welcome in. It is Tuesday. No, it's not. It's Thursday. Thursday, 1:57 p.m. Central. Thank you so much for joining us today. What a big day. We have Tesla's shareholder annual shareholder meeting going live here in about an hour's time. We're doing a pre-show show here with Hans and Nick. Hans from Hans C. Nelson on X and YouTube. Nick from Investing Against the Grain on YouTube, and Nick Gibbs IAG on X. We're also going to have Emmett Peppers joining us. I believe Gally might join us. I know he went to the event today, so we'll see if that's going to happen. And then we have a couple other folks joining us as well. So big day. We have some sights and sounds I actually want to share from the show that we're getting from some people already there. We got the human or robot Optimus chilling on the stage, doing some dance moves over here. It looks like it's Tether back there. But as we go through this, I guess we'll start with you, Hans. What's the vibes? How are you feeling about this? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I definitely expect Elon's compensation package to pass. That is, I think, the most important thing that we will or will not see today. It would be absolutely shocking if it doesn't pass, especially given the amount of institutional support that we've seen actually rally around Elon. You know, his retail support is obviously in the bag. He gets to vote. Kimball gets to vote. And then, yeah, there have been a lot of people from the institutional side who have said that they are in favor. So between all of that, I would just be absolutely shocked if it didn't go through. But it is important that it does, because Elon really, Elon just has options. You know, I know that the judge in Delaware thinks that he should just work for Tesla shareholders for free for extended periods of time because he's already so rich. So, you know, that's just how it should work. Yep, she did. And but that said, like, he's prolific. He has quite a few businesses, and he needs humanoid robots in order to actually settle Mars and make a self-sustaining colony there. And he doesn't have to build Optimus inside of Tesla if the ownership structure of the company is not really conducive to his ability to have strong level of influence, not control, but strong level of influence. So yeah, that's the big thing. Excited to get this behind us too. I'm sure there will be continued drama in Delaware for some time to come, but I think the vote today will help put basically all of that behind us. It'll just be like nuisance things from here forward.
Do you feel like it's a? I know you mentioned, so you think it's likely, or you don't see a world where it's not going to pass? Like 99% sure. Like what's your confidence level?
Oh yeah, I would say 95 plus. I'm expecting to see a total in favor between 70 and 80%.
Yeah,
and closer to 80 than 70.
Yeah, I think one of the comments I've made on the channel this week is like, I don't think he goes on that podcast run in the last few days unless he was super comfortable that what was going to pass. Hello, David. David is sort of like, David is our secret weapon, because David has been behind the scenes for 2.5 years for this channel, maybe longer now. Closer to
feels like a decade.
Yeah, feels like a decade. Sorry about that. But David has a great new channel, so he does content as well, and I highly recommend you guys go check him out. David Carbot on YouTube. He covers sort of the hybrid of like the tech, business, stock, AI, finance. I guess what's a good way of describing what you do?
Yeah, tech, stock, AI, markets, all that kind of nerdy stuff. We're all into. Doing a lot of reaction videos. So yeah, it's been going quite well, up to 40k subs. So
nice.
Which means everyone's subscribed to Farzad. What are you guys doing, by the way, if you're not already? So there you are.
So your English accent is finally coming in handy, huh?
Exactly. People give me like 10 IQ points more, which has got me to like 90.
I was going to say 70. And finally, we got you across that threshold. Let me go to Nick real quick here before I go to you, David. Nick, what are you expecting from the meeting?
It's a loaded question. I hope Elon's package gets approved. I hope that all becomes a non-issue. I am prepared for it to not. I think we've seen weirder things happen especially in the last year. Trump gets almost assassinated, Biden steps down, Harris comes up, no primary, Delaware revokes Elon's comp. Don't just assume that it's going to pass. The world has a funny way of slapping you in the face. Yeah, you thought you knew how this movie went? Let me show you how it goes. So, or as Elon likes to say, the most entertaining or ironic outcomes most likely. So I won't find it entertaining if we have to see how this plays out. But yeah, hopefully we get that. Hopefully they say some forward-looking statements. Hopefully it's not too earnings call, if you will. It'd be cool to see some signs of Optimus, something even a little sneak peek would be cool. But really, I think today's all about, is Elon going to get paid? And I guess maybe a second hand is the XAI investment. Just for transparency, because I've posted this to my subscribers, I did buy 20 puts on Tesla. They're pretty out of the money. They're 370. And these are just kind of a hedge because I have a bunch of leaps on. So there's a little protection, money that hopefully will go to $0. Well, actually, it won't, because depending on what happens tomorrow, I'll be out of them. But it's a protection against my leaps. They're pretty profitable right now. They're up about 100%, and I put them on yesterday. So that just shows you what the stock's doing. But it's also a protection in case it's just a sell the news event. So, so I'm hoping we're off to 500 a share. I'm hoping that things are up. I hope we get Elon's package. I hope we see a little Optimus, and maybe get some exciting news. Maybe we hear about that new vehicle come out with the steering wheel. That'd be interesting. But that's everything.
Not yet. It's not in the cards yet. You got to be patient about that one, Nick. David, what are you expecting?
I think Elon's going to get it approved with a landslide as usual. This is his third comp pack now, which I didn't realize. I'd only started following Tesla sort of 2018, 2017. I didn't realize he'd had one in 2012 as well, which he succeeded on. So this is the third time. He also had the last one voted twice. So I think it's a no-brainer. Also, I was looking a little bit today at some of the benchmark institutional investors, and like the BlackRocks, they're predicted to be voting. I think they hold 7.5% of Tesla shares. So why are you a retail shareholder holding Tesla stock, not pro Elon? So that's got to be 30% odd in the bag. And then we've got some of those large institutionals, which I think will be favorable as well. So for me, it seems like a no-brainer. I think the poly market was 95% as well. So again, I think it seems like a no-brainer. I'm going to make a little out of the money prediction. Elon mentioned to Joe Rogan last week that they're quite close to this Roadster demo. Now, imagine if Elon gets his comp pack and then's yeah, by the way, check out Roadster, greatest demo of all time. He said to Joe Rogan that,
and look, it has a steering wheel and pedals.
Yeah. And it's got Farzad's logo on it. Can you imagine that?
Hell yeah. Like and subscribe. So you think once it gets approved, Elon's literally going to pull up and he's going to fly on stage. He's going to it's going to bring him down like a eVTOL. It's going to land on stage and he's going to be like, yeah, bitches, approved. And then he's going to go into his spiel.
And no, he's going to be hovering, and then they're going to have a load of Optimuses, with a chair, like an Egyptian emperor, and he's going to get carried out.
Amazing.
But I mean, obviously, that I don't think that's super likely. But I did think it was super interesting that he was mentioned to Rogan literally a week ago that there might be a Roadster demo in the next couple of months, and it's well, when would that be, right? And maybe Elon's being over ambitious as per usual on his timelines. But I don't see that happening in January or maybe December. So I don't know. Just
he said that last year.
Okay, fair enough.
He said last year that would happen at the end of this year.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So, but we'll see. But I think the comp pack is it's in the bag, but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I think the comp package. Again, like the rationale that I go through, sort of Hans, I highlighted too, is if Kimball and so Elon, Kimball, they can vote on the package. So that's a lot of votes already. There's nobody, like you said, in retail that would ever hold Tesla stock without being pro Elon. I think, especially after the last couple of years, I think a lot of those
Except for Fred Lambert and his whole zero shares.
Well, exactly.
Well, okay. So
sold.
here's a question. Here's
Yeah.
a question for you guys. Maybe you know the answer to it, and I could have researched it and found out myself, but I didn't. There's a certain date you have to own the shares by in order to vote.
Yeah.
I think we all know that. What happens if I own those shares, I vote, and I sell them after?
You take a loss because voting no for Elon will tank the
No,
stock.
no.
I mean, I think your votes still count, and
You're
whoever
not
you sold them
tracking.
to doesn't get to vote because they didn't own it before.
Exactly. So if I bought 1 million shares and I voted no on all those 1 million shares, and then it was yesterday where the stock was up big, I sell. So I've got
Just
no
to
risk now.
sabotage the company just for fun.
Just because that doesn't happen.
That seems like, I don't know, man. So you would have to.
Does that sound like Twitter files or RFK or JFK assassination?
I think your lack of sleep is getting to you right now. You're coming up with some banger conspiracy theories right now.
I don't know, dude. Elon's public enemy number one.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, go ahead, David.
But it would have to be a lot of shares. Like people would have to buy I mean, what's the float? Like 3 billion shares. So, to really move the needle on that, it would be a huge amount of shares.
Well, but or someone has enough influence, like that Soros guy. Have you ever heard of him? Maybe he's putting some influence on BlackRock and Vanguard and Fidelity. I'm just saying, look, I don't want that to be the case, but I'm paranoid.
I would say you are 100% right that someone has done that to sabotage. Like I would bet all my Tesla stock that at least one person bought some stock to vote no.
They took away his comp package. Like, what do you mean conspiracy theory? They literally took away his comp package after we voted twice for it, and they still said no to it. Like, I'm the crazy conspiracy theory.
I think the commentary is valid that there have been forces at play that are very strange, let's say, that create outcomes that are not exactly logical or that they don't make much sense or are outright detrimental. And I think that's a fair point. But I think from my perspective, I don't think I think Elon on All In and Rogan, with the mood he was in and the amount of time he spent doing those podcasts, that to me was signal that you have somebody who has peace of mind that's able to go in front of these guys and talk for as long as he did while being in a very good mood. Because let's by then you would think he would have some sort of signal that says it's likely not to pass, or I'm close, right? It's close to not passing. Why would you go on these podcasts to not even talk about Tesla? Why would you do that?
Why go on at that time anyways?
Because you have peace of mind.
Nah,
bro.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Everybody go to Nick Gibbs IAG on X and let him know what you think about his theory.
Yeah, and subscribe and like while you're at it.
Yeah, exactly. Subscribe, like, give him all the love in the world. I just put out a poll actually for the YouTube folks, so I asked, will the comp package pass? 95% yes, 5% no. So it looks like we have Polymarket in the comment section.
I know, how original.
We're pretty good. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm just saying, talk about crazy times. We literally have a Democratic socialist as the mayor of Wall Street. What? Talk about upside down world.
David.
Anyway, I'm leaving.
I think so. One of the things I've been thinking through on this at the shareholder meeting is, I wonder what are some of the announcements that could materially impact the stock that are within the realm of possibility. And none of this discussion is going to be investment or financial advice, just for those out there listening. But one of the things I was thinking through, I was actually speaking to Gally about this on our pod a couple of days ago. One of the things that Elon said on the All In podcast, again, Elon timelines notwithstanding, that the goal is to get Austin to 500 robo-taxis or more by the end of the year, and the Bay Area to 1,000 or more by the end of the year. I don't think they get to those numbers without removing the safety rider or the safety driver. That would take from my perspective, that would take a pretty big hiring effort from here till there on some of their most precious assets out there, because one mistake from a safety rider or safety driver, you're going to have a pretty horrendous media cycle. And so if that's your stated goal, and let's say he's somewhat accurate, one would think that the removal of the safety rider would begin right about now-ish, so that you can start scaling because then you can start scaling into those numbers without having to hire people. You just add cars to the fleet as you have data to back it up. And one of the things that maybe 20% chance of happening is the announcement of the safety rider removal in Austin at the shareholder meeting. And then once everybody leaves the meeting and they go gallivanting around Austin, they'll be in safety rider-less robo-taxi. So basically a Waymo, like an actual Waymo experience, and they'll put 20, 30 more cars into the network, and that way they can sort of handle the demand. What do you guys think about that theory?
I think there's potential, but what I really do hope, and I think we've had at the last two shareholder meetings, is some forward-looking planning. Like, I do feel like the past couple of shareholder meetings, we have had some good information. For Elon to have dropped on a couple of podcasts last week, I think it was the all-in one where he mentioned the 500 drivers in Austin and yanking the safety driver. Yeah, so if like that is information which is going out on a podcast, surely we're going to be getting nuggets like that. And if they decide, when they launched robo-taxi in Austin and they invited all the content creators down for it, like, yeah, it was a great thing to give back to the content creator community, which I'm sure was a factor of their decision, but also it was a way of getting millions of views on their new product and the new product cycle. So if they are close to dropping another 20 cars, 30 cars, 40 cars, and it was going to happen around now, it could make sense to do that for sure. But I think I could have done that like 4 weeks ago. They would have done it 4 weeks ago. So if those stars have aligned, I think there's a potential.
Hans, what do you think?
I was going to disagree with you, but the percentage that you put, I actually feel like is reasonable. Like, it's not, I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe 20% chance that it might happen. I think, that's a much stronger likelihood that they'll be, down to the wire, December, the last week of December, in between Christmas and New Year's, finally pulling out the safety riders so that they can make the deadline and, scale cars as quickly as possible. And it won't be a thing where they are hiring people for it because they're just, all hands on deck, like, hey, everyone from everywhere, let's just do this thing kind of. I think that's just how Tesla's operates, and that's what I would expect. But there's a 20% chance they could be, have all their ducks in a row and be ready to give us a nice little surprise here at the shareholder meeting. But I think it's always been a good bet to just say the shareholder, whatever the meeting is that people have high hopes for, is going to be boring and not have any of the crazy things that people are hoping and expecting.
I guess, like, what would be a like greater than 50%? What is the highest likelihood, highest impact thing that has a greater than 50% chance of happening at that meeting, you guys think? Like, what is a realistic thing that could happen that is material?
Like an announcement or some actual actionable pieces, like
Whatever.
Actually release. I think it's information for me. I think, on almost every time we get Elon doing like a presentation, I come out like super pumped. So if he's come out and his comp plan is approved, I think we're gonna get the Elon we all love.
Too good.
I think if he's gonna come, remember, was it last year when he came out and he's jumping on the stage like this? Like, yeah. I think that's the version of Elon we're gonna get, and that's the version who is, thinking philosophically and thinking about the future and big bets and big ambitions, and Tesla is one of his ways of actioning those things. So I think it's information. I think he's going to lay out big plans with ambitious goals and aggressive timelines, which we love as Tesla investors.
Nico, what do you think? What do you think is the most impactful thing that could happen in this meeting that's realistic?
Elon wins his compensation.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't think there's going to be any. At this point, I've been enough of the guy who thinks that there's going to be a car revealed in the background, or they're going to drop some good nuggets.
I remember
or,
that positive, optimistic guy.
Yeah. None of that's going to happen, especially if you can see, like, not the poo-poo on you, David, but I don't know why I said that. I feel so.
No, well,
gay.
I was about to like dunk on you and say it'd be so annoying if I turn up on my first time and I predict the car and it arrives like.
Well, all right, low key, I'm kind of like, that's not going to happen. Please have it. Please have it. Please have it. You know, like maybe if I say it's not going
Yeah.
to, it will.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're back.
Do you guys look me? Oh, wait, never mind.
No,
so,
you logged out for
yeah.
a second.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
I lagged out. All right. Anyways,
Yeah.
so yeah, just that, and I'll shut up now because the one and great Emmett has
The
arrived.
one true king,
So we all
Emmett
Hey,
Peppers,
guys.
we all bow to your presence.
has arrived.
Your Majesty.
Hello,
Your
hello.
Majesty. Emmett, we were talking about what is the most likely thing that could happen at this meeting that is material. So, we
Unlikely?
talked about likely. So we talked about, announcement of the removal of the safety riders in Austin.
Yeah.
The Roadster, Elon hovers on stage while he gets carried on a throne by Optimus bots to a chorus of cheers and joy from the Tesla investor base. Nick thinks it's just a comp package, just a comp package getting approved. Hans, did you have one, or did we not go
Say
to
it
you?
like that.
Well, because bro,
You're like
exactly
Nick.
what I'm saying.
I haven't
Nick
shared
just-
mine yet.
Okay. You want me to be more excited? I'll be more excited. And Nick was like, "Oh my God, his package is going to pass. It's going to be
You have a
incredible."
great big package, enormous package. Now, Hans, show us yours or share yours.
I think the most likely, most impactful thing that's going to happen is Elon's going to dunk on this crazy Cybercab with steering wheel and pedals rumor that some guy on the internet keeps
That would be
trying to
incredible.
push.
That would be incredible. Do you know how many clicks on my subscribe button I will get after that? Please do that.
Did Elon interact with any of your posts on steering wheel and Cybercab stuff?
None that I can remember, no. But I did have some Tesla folks replying to it and liking a couple. Yeah.
Well,
but I think it was
I will-
more trolly than anything. I mean, you guys want to let me get into the theory? I'll get
Dude,
into the theory. But
I'm with you on that. But Jason only brought it up because of your posts, and you know that.
well, I think it's because I specifically said it's not designed by first principles, and that was the trigger. That was the trigger. That's when the lunatics came out and it started flooding me. That was the fun part.
Yeah,
that was the fun
Hans.
part. Yeah. It was
Hey,
all
I
Hans.
waited to push back until after the lunatics had their field day.
Emmett, what are your predictions? And then we'll talk about steering wheels and pedals.
I think that those are all good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can think of outside the box from what you just mentioned in terms of the most likely, the Roadster 2.0 like unveil. It's possible, but it sounds like that's still a couple months away. But maybe he's just sandbagging it to like make it more of a surprise when it comes out here. That's only like, but it doesn't seem likely. The other things you mentioned with the Optimus. That seems likely, like a bunch of Optimus is like hanging around him and stuff and interacting with. That seems like it's the most, most likely are announcing that they're doing robo-taxi starting tomorrow in Austin with no safety of driver or whatever. Those are like two kind of realistic things that I see could happen, but I'm not sure they're likely. But maybe like 25 to 50% possibility on either one of them, maybe.
Which Optimus version? V3?
Yeah, like V3 unveiling like a prototype of it with the new hand. He might say like, "Oh, the hand, we're still doing some tweaks, but overall, this is the Optimus V3, and it'll have a new chip in it too. But this is what it's going to be for the most part." And then he'll like be interacting with it and stuff. I mean, that would be really cool. I'm not sure it would like move the stock or anything, but it would be cool for all of us, and we'd all see be able to see the future more clearly.
I think we might get a video of V3, like the prototype. That seems likely. or maybe like the hands, maybe like this is like our new this is the final design that will go into Optimus V3 of the hand, and maybe they'll have it do some crazy stuff or whatever, or maybe they'll do some like, you know, when they did a sneak peek of the Cybercab and the Robovan the year, like the shareholder meeting, I think it was in 23, 22 or whatever it was. So they show the silhouette. They might do the same for the V3 in some way, you know. I don't know, but having a physical V3 at the show, especially when he said on Rogan that, when did he say this, that it won't be until Q1 at the earnings call, was it?
I think he just said in Q1.
In Q1, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what they actually show. I do think I listened to Hans your pod this morning, which I recommend everybody goes checks out with Brett from ARK Invest. Why am I blanking on his last name?
Winton.
Thank you. Brett Winton from ARK Invest. Really, really good pod. Super good. Talking about primarily the difficulty that's going to be scaling Optimus robot, and really any human or robot. And for the Tesla community and really anyone who is tracking the space to really be patient, because the likelihood that we're going to get a human or robot at scale that's going to be generalized is not going to happen until the 2030s at the earliest, early 2030s. Did you want to talk a little bit more about that, Hans, and how it sort of syncs with this meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I think so we had a great conversation. Brett has done, they're like, ARK is trying to finalize basically it's just a framework for thinking about how difficult mostly the software problem of Optimus is going to be. And so they categorize, like, you know, different pieces of, like, how many objects does it need to track in its environment? How many different types of tasks does it need to do? And just trying to, like, have a mental framework for the difficulty of the Optimus challenge from a software standpoint compared to FSD. You know, a lot of people think, well, yes, it's not as, you know, it's harder than FSD, but it is also something that's not safety critical. And so, you know, maybe it kind of nets out to be roughly the same. And his analysis was basically saying that, you know, he thinks it's going to be between 10,000 times and 1 million times. And he thinks that like 100 to 200,000 times more complicated of a software challenge is roughly correct. And then, you know, says, okay, if that's true, it should take roughly $200 billion worth of AI compute in order to solve that software challenge. I've also been thinking about this kind of from a different direction, just the physical challenge of the hands. And Elon, you know, keeps reiterating this point. And I think that, at least I'll just speak for myself, I heard him say a number of times, man, the hand for the humanoid robot is so hard. And I thought, oh yeah, it's so hard, but, like, you know, it's Tesla. They're obviously going to solve that problem. And, you know, maybe it'll take them an extra 6 months and it'll be ready next year. And the more that I dig into this, the more that I realize that this is probably something that is beyond our ability right now with current technology to accomplish for some time. That it's not just about, you know, is it dexterous enough to do the things that you want it to do? And does it have enough sensing capabilities to be able to be useful? Like, I think we can accomplish those things. And I think the 22 degree of freedom hand prototype that we've seen is close to being capable of doing things that are hard a few times. But the thing that we forget is it's not about, can it do it a few times? Like, you need this thing to be cheap so that you can produce it for, like, that hand prototype right now that we have for V3 probably costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to make the first one. You know, maybe they can figure out how to mass produce it in the thousands of dollars range, but still, that's, you know, not cheap. Say it's $10,000 a hand sometime when they reach several thousand units. That's still really expensive. And if you do that, and then, yeah, you can do some cool things a few times, but maybe every 100 hours or 1,000 hours or even 10,000 hours worth of work, it breaks down and then it costs you $10,000 to replace it. Now that really puts a strain on, and you've got two of these things, that really puts a strain on the unit economics of where you can put this thing to work, even in factories where you can figure out the environment is constrained enough, you can solve all the software challenges, and you can do an economically valuable task. So anyways, all of that said, I think we're probably looking at the early 2030s before we have humanoid robots that are going to be super useful, because when I look out at the landscape, everything that I see, every single demo by every single person doesn't show me, we need to see, like, the demo for hands that would impress me is go hammer 10,000 nails without breaking down. And that's going to be really hard to do. And that's the kind of thing that's humans could do no problem. And because it's easy for us to do those types of things, we don't really think about how difficult those things would be for a robot to do. And then the economic implications, like, okay, well, if the hand breaks down all the time, what does that mean for the business use case? So yeah, it's just going to be a real slog. It's going to be really hard. It's probably going to cost way more billions of dollars worth of development effort than the vast majority of Tesla shareholders are thinking right now. And it's still going to be something that we could do, should do, will do. It's just going to be way more gut-wrenching, I think, than most people expect.
Yeah, that was a fascinating sort of thing to listen to you guys talk about. And the thing that always pops into my mind when you guys talk about that stuff is, like, the company that is able to really tap their ability to scale and really leverage the supply chain to bring costs down is going to be the best position to win in that scenario, because the same exact challenge that Tesla's going to go through with the human or robot, everyone else is going to go through. But the question becomes, if you're solving for generalizing a human or robot, it's going to take you longer to get to the end state, because you have to train and the degrees of freedom you have to account for, especially in the hand, and the type of tasks those hands could do becomes vastly larger the more generalized you go. And Tesla has obviously, Elon's approach is always go for the maxi version at the edge, and then we will figure out how to get there. But by default, that's going to mean that Tesla is likely going to be one of the later ones to arrive. But when they arrive, the TAM will be orders of magnitude bigger than the rest. Or that's the goal. Go ahead.
Also, something which I think is also interesting is Brett has said, I heard him say this on another podcast, clear my throat, that he is expecting at least $100 billion of AI infrastructure to be required, maybe $200 billion, which again, just to me, sets up Tesla another reason why they're going to dominate, because they're one of the few companies which are going to be able to afford that sort of investment fairly easily. Now, if they build that out themselves or they go through XAI, I don't know. That's an open question. I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that. But when I heard that amount of AI infrastructure is going to be needed, I was like, damn, that's a lot of money even for Tesla. But again, that adds to the moat, I think.
So Hans, the way I understand, there's like three maybe limiting factors for the Optimus ramping up. One is just the sheer mass manufacturing, which, then there's also the design iterations of the hand to get it right. And then the third thing is just like the real world AI capabilities, the actual software for the real world AI. Those are the three kind of things. And you think that it'll be the 2030s till those things are kind of able to be solved?
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis. And one of the things that Elon has said was the supply chain was going to be so hard. And one of the reasons the supply chain is so hard is that even these Chinese manufacturers who are making all sorts of actuators for all sorts of things, like the specific actuators that it's going to take for the hands, like we still don't have, there's no prototype of a humanoid robot hand that has the combination of it, even one that weighs like 2 or 3 times more than they want it to from the elbow forward. That doesn't exist, that has the combination of dexterity and reliability that the human hand does. And that's the reliability piece is the thing that people forget about, don't think about. This thing needs to be able to have thousands and thousands and thousands of cycles without any of the actuators breaking down. in order for that to be economically useful. And so the way that we solve this problem with industrial robots is you just make them really big and really heavy. And you keep the actuators operating, at 30 or 40 or 50% of max capacity so that they can run for all these cycles. And it, very rarely ever gets above that. And we're trying, with what we want to do with the hands, you really want to use, you don't want to be using only 30 or 40 or 50% of the power of these actuators, so that you can use a smaller actuator so that it isn't, doesn't use as much energy. It is lighter, it's smaller, all of those things. And so the combination of putting it where they want to put it inside of the packaging envelope that they want to use for it, both from a space and an energy standpoint, and then that is directly in competition with the reliability. So yeah, that's the stuff on the hands. Then the software is really hard. Brett had a really good point on this. He's like, these robot dogs that Unitree is making are really cheap. If they were actually useful, you should see them in way more places than just YouTube videos. And you don't. And that shows you just how hard it is for the software to make these things useful and productive. And I mean, obviously they're getting better. That's a problem that's going to be solved over time, but we're not there yet. And if we can't solve it for those robot dogs, it's even harder for humanoid robots. And so we should see some milestones of more and more form factors of robots being more and more useful, before we should be realistically expecting humanoid robots to get to that point as well. So yeah, I think those are the big things. And then, yeah, so the supply chain, you can't really ramp up a supply chain you can ramp up the supply chain for pretty much every other part of the robot except for the hands today, I think. But it's hard to do that when you don't have an actual prototype of a hand that is economically viable.
One more question for you, Han, since I didn't get a chance to watch that video with Brett, but maybe you'd have some insight on to answer this. Do you think it's possible, it sounds like you described with Brett, the 2030s until we see lots of these? That sounds like that's the perfect humanoid robots that can be replicating everything what humans can do basically physically. But do you think there's a halfway point where maybe that's version 5, but version 3 or version 4 could be mildly useful and people would still want them, and they can carry bags around, do certain things that doesn't require nailing nails in 1,000 times, but they can do a lot of other things? Do you think that there's a midway point that they would be able to ramp up in 2028, 2029, for example?
Yeah, I do think we're going to find use cases and maybe make some design modifications, or just, be okay with the fact that we're going to have much less useful hands, or something. There will be considerations that are given to be able to start the ramp up. It just means that units will probably be more limited than people are expecting.
Maybe that depends on how useful it is, because even halfway useful could have immense demand, possibly. It could do all the things that a McDonald's worker would do, for example, maybe still,
Yeah, I mean, I think the right way to think about this is how many human support staff do each one of these things require in order to do a year's worth of labor? Does it require 2 months worth of human labor in order for it to do a year? Or does it require 5 years worth of human labor for it to do a year's worth of labor? And I think right now we're definitely in the 5 to 10 years worth of human labor necessary to support 1 year worth of human labor from the robots that we have currently. And so that ratio has to come way down before it starts making sense, even for a lot of, the Unitree, or not Unitree, the figures are operating right now in BMW. And I think that rumor has it that, those are more challenging. So I think from what it sounds like, part of what is challenging about BMW is actually the employee response inside of BMW to the figure robots. And that's a whole nother class of challenge.
Yeah.
But I do think that they require, pretty extensive engineering support staff in order to, because, that's really more about a data gathering thing. And so they're not expecting these figure robots that are inside of BMW to be doing more useful work than they're consuming in support staff yet. But yeah, that ratio has to flip in order for it to make sense to go to hundreds of thousands of units.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see, for anybody who hasn't watched the interview, I do strongly recommend you go check out the interview with Brett and Hans on Hans's channel. The one post I just saw from Whole Marsh, just to real quickly hit this, because I do wonder, one would think they're going to be talking about this extensively at the meeting. It's going to be the on-box process. And it looks like people that attended the meeting got a tour, or they were demonstrated how the unbox process works for the Cybercab, and it blew my cover your ears fucking mind. This thing is going to be such a game changer for manufacturing. We also saw the 48-volt system and the new motors with 0 rare earths. So it looks like they are getting some stuff in there. So that's fun. Any thoughts there?
Can I just add something real quick? I'm listening to them live right now. So a couple of things too. The meeting's normally in that kind of upstairs room. That's just, there's nothing there really. It's just a space. But this time, I guess it's at the very front entrance. And apparently there's less people there than normal. And the way they were saying is like, the people there are like hyping it up a little differently. Like this was Omar saying it. So, I give it a little credibility, but he was saying that they're hyping it a little differently than they normally do. So I don't know if that's something or nothing, but it's just, I know Omar's been to most of these, and, once you've been to a couple, you kind of know how they go. And so to hear that it feels different, it's interesting. And you throw in the unbox and all that. So there might be something.
Interesting. Okay.
And so, I guess to go to that, Farzad, if I could go back and tell you what the thing could be, it could be Cybercab production is going to start now. That could be something they say.
I don't know if that's possible, because they just started getting the mules out on the road like a couple weeks ago, and typically there's a 4 to 6 month time frame between sort of the road tested to production. Maybe they announced that they're going to start production in Q1, or maybe they might showcase a brand new vehicle that's built on the unboxed line that may or may not have steering wheels and pedals that will look very similar to the Cybercab. Just some people are saying.
What I said was unlikely.
I think that's unlikely. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's unlikely. I think Elon's moved on from new vehicles, and he just wants the robo vehicles now.
Nope. Nope. I will die on this hill. I don't care.
The last human-driven vehicle he's designing and creating that's going to be new is the Roadster 2.0, I think.
No way.
And then it's all autonomous stuff from here on out.
There's no way the unbox process, the fastest line they've ever created, is going to be bogged down by regulation. There's no way. No way. 0% chance.
I just want him to make one prototype with steering wheel and pedals that he will give to you.
They already have them. They're driving around in freaking Palo Alto. Okay? They've built them already. And technically, those are not Cybercabs because they have steering wheel and pedals. So those are not Cybercabs, per Elon. Right? Who else wants to mention something before I derail this whole live stream? Because I will.
I've got an Optimus point, if I can.
Yeah, please.
I have a theory, which is whoever successfully deploys a humanoid robot into the home environment will have a massive data advantage that will make them, which will give them exponentially, will start making they move exponentially ahead of all other competitors. Why do I say that? If you're deploying into manufacturing places, logistic places, I used to work in a manufacturing environment for Rolls-Royce motor cars. What you do is very refined, repeatable. It's not outside of the box, metaphorically. And you run out of training data quite quickly. You do the exact same thing over and over and over again. If you can put a humanoid robot into a home environment, that data collection process is going to go on steroids. The things you need to do, the things you need to have solved, and then that data going into your flywheel, I think is going to give you a huge lead. And I think this is why, I think they're called X1 was the company which which is
Yeah.
just they've just gone
1X.
live. 1X, that's it. They've just gone live, and I think they're all going to be remote controlled. And I think they're doing that because they are completely focused on that data lead. So there's. Let me know what you think about that.
Can I push back on that?
I was going to push back too. Yeah, but you go.
You want to push, and then you'll get behind me and finish the job?
No, please be my guest.
Okay. All right. I'll warm them up for you. So you
need to sleep
I think
more, bro.
are do I? Are my innuendos not hitting tonight? Man, maybe better. The data part is very important. You're right, David. But I think we've made too much of a big deal about the data. And with Tesla, it makes sense we make a big deal about it because they're the only ones capturing it right now with Tesla. So that's the moat. But the way I see it, all these companies are essentially going to be at the same level. They're going to ramp up more or less the same rate if they can keep up with Tesla. I don't know if any other companies can be able to ramp up the amount of production compared to Tesla, but let's assume they can. And let's say everyone's getting the data. Look, if the data in the house is valuable, everyone's going to know that, and they're going to go for that. Or they're going to send them to people's homes. Like, no one's going to have this secret moat that they're able to build the way Tesla did with putting the cameras in the vehicles, right? Like, that is such an obvious thing now. That's not going to happen. The advantage so the next thing becomes, how do we make that data useful? And that's the biggest part everyone underestimates. Every single company in the world right now is trying to figure out how to redefine themselves as a AI company. And every company has data, immense data, but they don't know how to use it. They don't know how to clean it, how to ETL it. They don't know how to do anything with it right now. A Palantir is so successful, right? They can go in there and help them. But I think having the data is literally just at least having the building material there. But now you got to know how to build the house and make sure it's structurally sound, make sure it's going to pass code, make sure it's not going to collapse and be able to withstand a hurricane, a flood, etc. So I think you're right about the data, but I think that's yesterday's news. Everyone now knows how important the data is. Everyone's going to make sure that they're out there grabbing it and doing whatever they have to get the data. And that will not be the bottleneck for this next iteration of real world AI. That's how I see it right now.
So maybe
Can I just add one point to that first, actually, Hazard, before you pull my pants down as well?
Oh my God, go for it.
I
didn't even pull him down. Apparently, I didn't even get close. I couldn't. I was getting stuck on the zipper.
Also, I think you're right, because if you can solve the manufacturing environment, that TAM is enormous. Why not just go for that first, and then you'll also then solve the second part? But so yeah,
I mean, I kind of agree with you. Or well, I don't know if this is your point, but I do think they should be trying to go in the home as fast as possible. But I just don't think that data grab is going to be something that's a unique idea by everyone. I think everyone sees it, and everyone wishes right now who is in car manufacturing, they wish they put cameras in there. But now it's like, crap, what do we do from here? And the data lead is so large. Like, how do we catch up? Maybe Nvidia can sell some software that will help us short circuit this. Guess what? They won't.
So one of the things that's interesting, and this is, I've been picking Han's brain on this in the past, but this world model that Tesla's working on and other companies are trying to work on as well, isn't that the solution to the data problem in a lot of different ways? Because then that world model becomes a one-to-one sort of simulation for the real world. And so the in-world like data that you would need is not as much as you would think. Nick is shaking his head, super no. So
yeah, you need the data to make the world model in the first place, and the world model that they have is like a road world model. It's not an in-the-house road like world model, and so you have to be able to sample the real world and create a distribution that matches the real world for that. I do think it's going to be interesting. I think there are lots of unconstrained environments that are going to be very data rich that are not inside the factory, that are also not inside the home. Because I think, one of the challenges for the home is that if you want to get any sort of volume, they're going to have to be cheap robots. And you're going to have to be a huge, I do not expect to see 1X succeed. I'm rooting for them. I would like for them to succeed. I'm especially excited to see what their hand is capable of. But it's going to require magic in order for them to be able to survive very long based on the amount of capital that they've raised. Like, even if they get a bunch of data, like, okay, what are they going to do with the data? Do they have hundreds of billions of dollars to sink on AI compute to
How are they going to
make
store
sense
it?
of all this? Yeah.
Where are they going to store it? Like, do they have the drives for that?
And dealing with privacy issues and oh my god, like this is their go-to-market strategy is fraught to say the least. And like even Figure, I am rooting for them to succeed. And they've raised a ton of money, and I still don't think they're anywhere close to the amount of money that it's going to take for them to survive long enough, to be around when this technology really, really gets to the point where it can turn to positive free cash flow type business.
And so the most obvious, I think, takeaway from all of this is that the much easier places to gather data are from very structured, very repeatable, controlled environments that are much more available on the business front versus the home front. And so the business front is going to see the proliferation of human robots way earlier.
And this is where I might actually disagree with Nick. I think that,
How dare
Omniverse is going to be, I won't pull your pants down though. We'll just disagree. I think that the Omniverse is going to be a general platform for robotics that doesn't even necessarily have to be humanoid robotics. Like it can be industrial robots, it can be other types of robots that they're just trying to make smarter and smarter factories. And if that is an open, like, every little, say, anyone who's not Google basically, or a hyperscaler who is a small manufacturing shop that wants to reindustrialize and they want to do it smartly, I think that Nvidia will be a good solution for a lot of them. It's not going to be a one-stop shop that everyone jumps on board with, but I think it'll make a lot of sense for a lot of people, and that they'll be able to spin up a flywheel of developers that will all be contributing some unique data. So it won't just be like this one factory. Like, yeah, it's really hard to train up a good world model or a good humanoid robot software stack when all of your data is limited to just a Tesla factory. But maybe if you've got a little bit of data from the Tesla factory and the Anduril factory and all these shops down a full supply chain, and there's enough like small bits of data that are contributed to this larger overall robotics model, that's something that can be very powerful. I know that that's definitely part of the go-to-market strategy for Jensen that they are focused on specifically. Like Jensen knows that if Nvidia just rests on their laurels and tries to continue to defend their position in the market as the training solution, that 5 years from now, if that's what they do, that they're sunk. Like he understands the innovator's dilemma at a far deeper level than that. He knows that they have to create new markets, and there's a lot of different efforts that they have to do that. But robotics and manufacturing is a major one that they're really trying to help capture. Like they're hoping to help people solve problems in that arena and then capture value on the back of the problems that they help to solve.
It's going to be fascinating to see this race play out for sure. Will the meeting start on time is the big question.
No.
I started a poll, 70% no. And I don't think there's ever been a shareholder meeting or really any meeting. There might be 2 meetings that they started on time in their entire history.
Like how close to on time are we saying? I would say within 7 minutes.
On time is on time. That is such a late person
Central.
question.
Didn't
I
the
know
schedule
everybody
get
knows
posted
about
like 3:30 it starts or something? Isn't that when the keynote?
Did somebody say 3:30? The live stream is set to go live at 3 p.m. Central on Tesla's YouTube channel, but we'll see. What other things? Sorry, go ahead.
I got questions.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, just to wrap up, I don't think it's going to be interesting, if I'm being honest. I think all these companies aren't going to be trying to do autonomy. They're not going to be trying to do robotics. They're better off putting their R&D capital to work elsewhere. It's going to be too costly. I think you're going to see lots of bankruptcies. If you can't even see the companies who build vehicles be able to make a profitable EV to this day, like good luck on any of this other stuff. Like I'm just being pragmatic. It's not like I'm a Tesla, the only one that can do anything, but at the same time, they kind of are. If anyone's gonna have a shot at it. But here's a question for you guys: what were your thoughts on OpenAI CTO or CFO coming on CNBC or doing the interview, essentially asking the government for some money, and it's backfired so hard that Sachs came out, said not happening.
No bailout.
No bailout. And she's going back on CNBC tomorrow. So that that's damage control.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a theory that like OpenAI is not as healthy as they need so much capital to keep things going. And my theory is there could be a huge, like, the quote unquote AI bubble, and the stock market could burst when OpenAI gets in big trouble. And like, it's not going to be the end of the AI, but it'll be seen as like the AI bubble bursting. It'll be like a market crash when OpenAI just says like, we can't, we're done, or whatever, or we're bankrupt or something.
Yeah, that that would definitely lead to a huge correction we're all kind of waiting for. Now, you can argue whether it's a bubble or not a bubble, but a correction seems healthy, even if we bounce back in a week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're like this. They're like the FTX of
yes,
this AI stuff. Yeah,
it's funny. I was talking to a Meet from Meet Investing last night, and we had this whole conversation, and we disagree on a lot of this actually. But one of the things that I was telling him, my point of view is I don't think OpenAI is around for the long term. I see them just because they're the first mover. Well, so is MySpace, right? So is Yahoo. So was Blockbusters. Microsoft came out with the first iPad. It wasn't actually Apple. Like, there's all these, companies that do things first. Doesn't mean they stick around. But what I was telling him is I think there is a bubble that's going to pop, but I think it's on these LLM companies, the Anthropics, OpenAIs, the Groks. I think they're the ones that are going to have the issues, whereas you have companies like Palantir making money, Nvidia's making money, Tesla, I believe, will be making money. And I think that's where you're going to kind of see this bifurcation between what good and bad looks like when it comes to AI.
If Sam Altman gets done for fraud, can we call him Sam Altman-Fried?
Oh,
I like
it.
Scam Altman-Fried?
Yeah.
Sam Fraudman.
He actually posted
good.
about the whole CFO. I caught that at the very tail end. I had to go use the restroom real quick, but he actually made a post about
how'd it go?
Great. I wish you were there.
All
We
right.
do not have or want government guarantees for OpenAI data centers. We believe that government should not pick winners or losers, and that taxpayers should not bail out companies that make bad business decisions or otherwise lose in the market. If one company fails, other companies will do good work. And then he went on a what's his face, Bill Ackman style thing. I didn't read all this. I'm happy for you, or sorry that, which is the perfect sort of reply to that. But anyway.
Can you imagine if Sam Bankman-Fried's Twitter account replied to that saying, "This is even starting to sound a bit fishy to me"?
Yeah.
Be like, I dare you to short sell me.
Yeah.
Man,
It is a very weird spot. I mean, I think their valuation is just it has outrun their.
It's a problem.
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem.
It's 2022 again, where all these private companies, SaaS companies, had to re-rate down. That's what it is. Like, I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's what it is.
That's what it feels like for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So Tesla's live stream will start here in about 3 minutes and 48 seconds. We're starting. We did a poll in the comments section to see if this would actually start on time. 73% of you say no. So we have a lot of pessimistic people in the comment section, also known as realistic. Yeah.
The
I don't know.
accurate poly market.
Yeah.
But let's remember, like, the first like half hour is like just them reading like all these like long-winded like activist shareholder proposals, right? And then it goes to the keynote after.
And the grandstanding people.
Yeah. And that's what's
I
going to
got
be
a hot
for
take.
Go ahead.
Oh, go. No, you go. And
No, go
I
ahead.
got a hot take after.
No, please.
All right. I think
I want to hear your hot take.
the current latest version of FSD 14, it's good in certain areas, but it sucks compared to the last version of 13.
Like
Last
what?
version of 13 was so polished for me.
Really? So what's the biggest issue you have?
Again, it's good, right? Like, I'm not saying it's bad as in like dangerous or anything. It's just it's not smooth. It's scared. Is what it is. It's like timid. It gets unsure. It's overly cautious, and you can be overly cautious and smooth, and you can be overly cautious and kind of scared, and it feels overly cautious and scared.
Okay.
And so it's like, I mean, obviously it's going to get better, right? This is what happens, but I definitely think the last version of 13 is better than this version.
Okay.
In terms of smoothness.
Yes, correct.
Comfort.
Yeah. Like the last, like pulling into parking lots and all that, and parking. Obviously, this version is better because it has the abilities now. But in general, with driving, I mean, and obviously this one's better too. Like when there's a accident or sirens or anything, like it moves over like really well and all that. But just in general, the driving of it, last version 13 was butter. Like
it's less polished but more capable.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Yeah.
It would wake you up if you were sleeping.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Do you guys
But
have
the
it in your
last
cars?
13 you could sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have it on yours too, Hans? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Emmett?
How about you, Emmett?
Yeah. Yeah, I have it on one of my X's. Yeah, and I like it a lot, to be honest. I feel it's not as smooth like you said, but at the same time I feel more confident and safe in it, that I can like let go of my attention, more confidently in 14 versus 13. I don't know. I just feel like it handles the weirdest scenarios better than 13, even though it's not as smooth.
Yeah.
But I agree with all of that. I will say I've had way more oh crap moments in version 14 than I ever had in version 13, where the car is reacting to something that it sees that it never would have reacted to before. And sometimes it's nothing and sometimes it is something. But yeah, there was one time when it legitimately swerved like over onto the shoulder of the road around something that it thought it saw in the road. And at first it scared me, and then I realized kind of what's going on, and like, okay, it's not, I didn't intervene and like take over from it. But that said, all of that, while it does make me nervous, it makes me a lot more confident. Like, because there were definitely times when 13 would just barrel through stuff and like hit things in the road or whatever. And I felt like if there was something in the road, I felt like I needed to take over in 13 because I couldn't be confident that it was actually going to avoid the thing. And now I'm totally confident that version 14 is going to do that. So I actually feel safer in version 14, but I do feel like it's not, like Nick said, it's not nearly as polished. It's not nearly as comfortable. It's not nearly as smooth yet. It'll get there. Yeah. And yeah, those are, you just kind of have to trade off which one is more important to you right now. If you have 13 and you get the opportunity to have 14, just know that if you get 14, you might be a little bit safer, but it will be a lot more exciting. We'll just put it that way. I mean, some of the brake stabs are, like it will wake you up, from a dead sleep.
Real quick, can you guys hear the volume?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will adjust it once it goes live and make sure people can hear it. That was the feedback when we had Chris, Sawyer, Omar, Chuck. That was sort of the earliest version of V14, but it seems like the
royalties.
The royalties. It was a PTSD sort of. It seemed like a driver had PTSD that was very capable. That just woke up from like 100-year slumber, and he realized that he's like in a post-apocalyptic world, and then he stumbled upon a car, and he remembers how to drive perfectly, but he still has PTSD from just waking up from a slumber. That was sort of the description of the earlier versions of V14.
Yeah. So my wife, she loves FSD. Like she doesn't want to drive without it. Like. At all, but she was saying whenever 14 first got in there, she went and drove alone. She was like, "That's the first time in a long time I got nervous using FSD."
Fascinating.
So I was and she's like a diehard. Like if someone has a Tesla, she's like, "Why the hell are they not using FSD?" Like she gets mad about it. She's like, "You shouldn't be driving," So she loves it, but she's like, "Yeah, I haven't felt squirrely about it in a while," and so. That keeps me honest.
Which
I'm always like, no, it is better.
Which really speaks to like, even though it's a way safer platform, like probably because otherwise they wouldn't have replaced V13 with a less safe stack. And I think the way it behaves, I think, speaks to that. Really speaks to just how incredibly important it is to make the people in the car feel safe. Even though the system might be safer, the way it communicates with the rider and or the driver has to be, yo, like, you trust me, bro, I got it. And the nuance of the things it does is so important in that scenario. And so it's mostly about comfort and feeling confident in the system versus it actually being safe and how it communicates.
Yeah, I think they have knobs
safety.
that they can tweak on, like, how much acceleration they're willing to allow the car to use in order to avoid whatever it thinks it's doing. And right now that is just set up really high because they want to make sure that it's not doing anything crazy. But I think they turn that down to where it can't make those ridiculously fast movements once they are, they have the data to say, yeah, we're pretty comfortable with its safety performance. And that's how you eventually over the course of 13, when you get all the way to 13.2.9, it is smooth as butter. And, you never feel like it's doing anything that you didn't expect. So we'll get there, and it'll be an incredible system when it does, because it, like, you can definitely tell that it sees farther. It takes way more information into account as it's making its decisions. It handles school zones and school buses. Finally, actually, like a smart human instead of, a complete retard. And there's so many different things that it does, way better now. And I'm excited for also just the speed with which they've been rolling out updates. Like, it should get better very, very fast too.
All right, folks that are just joining us here, thank you very much. We've got like 20,000 people watching us across all the channels. Pretty awesome. Appreciate everybody joining us today. We're waiting for Tesla's annual shareholder meeting to go live. For those that are not familiar, this shareholder meeting happens every year with Tesla, and this one is going to be unique because Tesla's going to be talking about its sustainable abundance plan and its human to robot and the Cybercab and the unbox process and a bunch of other stuff. But then also the biggest piece of all is the vote on Elon Musk's newest comp package, which will potentially give him $1 trillion worth of stock if the company hits certain thresholds as they go along. So we'll get the results for that vote on this live stream, as well as probably an hour or so, maybe half an hour to an hour or so long presentation, probably half an hour. And then we'll have a series of Q&A with the shareholders that are at the meeting. A fair warning though, when the meeting starts, there will be a period of time, probably about half an hour-ish, where it's going to be very dry. It's going to be a lot of shareholder proposals that are going to be mentioned and voted on, or I guess mentioned and put forth for the shareholders to vote on during the meeting. That happens at the beginning part of the shareholder meeting usually, unless they've changed the process for that. And it's not a lot's going to happen during that time. But we'll still play it just in case people are interested. And then after that, we're going to get into the real sauce, which is going to be Elon Musk coming on stage, and who knows what we're going to get. So
we play that part so that you can prove that you're a true Tesla masochist that's willing to listen to the Karens because you love the company so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Farzad, you mentioned the point that the biggest item today is the comp package vote. And up until like maybe, I don't know, it was like maybe a month or 2 months ago, there was like a little bit of uncertainty. I feel like the last couple of weeks we're all pretty certain it's going to pass, right? I mean, it would be super surprising if somehow it didn't pass. I mean, I would put odds at 99.9% at this point, to be honest.
Agreed.
But the last two comp packages were passed in 2018 and 2024 with 73% and like 75%. This one is a little different because Elon and his brother can vote now, which is like 13% ownership in addition to everyone else. What do you guys think? Have you covered this? What are your guesses are on how much this will pass by? And if it makes a difference, whether it's like 95% passed or like 65% passed?
I mean, I think it would be, we didn't talk about the exact percentages. Actually, we'll play that little game here. I think I would expect it to be, I don't know, like 83%. 84%, something like that. I think the gap, sort of like the size at which it gets passed, will really speak. I think the message it will send is like, hey, the people that are holding Tesla stock believe in Elon to deliver the human to robot and robo-taxi, right? And we've sort of moved past this time where the people that were invested in the company were sort of concerned about his behavior, concerned about his involvement in politics, and they still believe in his ability to lead a technology company and implement artificial intelligence long term. And so if we get like an 80% plus vote, then I think what that says is like, yep, like people that are in the company will trust Elon to spend hundreds of billions of dollars of capex to get Optimus to where it needs to go. And I think that reduces the risk of a potential friction point in the next 3 to 5 years where investors are going to be like, how come you're spending all this money building humanoid? Sort of like Hans and Brett talked about it on their channel, which I think was a phenomenal takeaway. I think that the larger the gap, the lower the risk of noise as it pertains to reinvesting capital into humanoid. But that's my takeaway. What do you guys think?
I'm going to guess.
I think.
Oh, sorry, Hans, you go.
Go for it, Emmett. Yeah.
That's my fault.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say the 50-50 over-under for me is 88%. So pretty high. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the 90s. I just think there's too many people that are involved, that are pulling up their ballots to vote positive. There's only a few institutions that are following Glass Lewis and ISS at this point, and that's the only ones that'll be no's, in my opinion. The few institutions that follow them.
Yeah. What do you think, Hans?
Yeah, I would agree. I think mid 80s is what I expect. But if it were to pass by only 65% and Elon and Kimball get to vote, that would be bad. That would be a lot of noise. Like if it barely passes and it only passes because they get to vote, that would be unfortunate to the max.
100% agreed. What do you think, Nick?
Less than 70%.
Wow.
That would not be good.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know how everything shakes out. I don't know what BlackRock and Fidelity and Vanguard, I don't know what they're all thinking. And I don't know how much political pressure they have, or if they're very politically motivated or not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They might have conspired together just to send a message. Like, hey, we'll pass it because we're not going to shoot us in the foot, but let's send a message. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying.
Here's my conspiracy corner theory to counteract Nick's. I think maybe they were going to, and then Mamdani got elected, and they all got scared, and now they're all be like, "No, Elon, save us!"
Or they saw what happened with Schwab, and they're like, "No, we don't want to be boycotted by the Tesla evangelists."
Yeah, the Tesla psychos. All right, in the comment section, let us know what percentage you think the comp package will pass or not pass with the. So give us your yes percentage vote. I said 82, 83, Emmett 88, Hans. What was your number, Hans?
I said mid 80s. I was going to say 88, but since Emmett picked 88, I'll have to go to the over and do 90.
No,
nice.
I'll do 91 then. I'll do 91. Price is right rules.
And then Nico, 69%.
I get everything under 70.
Yeah.
You could have it.
That's not going to happen, but we'll go with
so all the board members are seated right now.
Oh, great. 69%, 85, 100%. Ty's very, very optimistic. 81%, 74%.
Do you think there's an extra bump to the stock if it shows at like 96% and people are like headlines like 96% overwhelming approval? Do you think the stock bumps tomorrow from that?
That's what I was going to ask you, Emmett. What do you think happens to the stock here?
I think it does. Yeah. I think if the whole market's not capitulating like it did a little bit today, because OpenAI is about to go bankrupt or something, then I think the stock bounces pretty big tomorrow if it was like 96 or 97%.
Well, today was what? It was not only that, but it was also the tariff questioning hearing, right? Like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like there's a lot of options with the tariffs. Even if the Supreme Court ruled against it, they have like some other like legal loopholes to continue doing tariffs, and the Supreme Court's not even going to weigh in until like middle of next year or something. So it's still a ways away.
What do you guys think of the XAI vote? What do you think is going to happen there?
Pass.
Yeah, I think it'll pass. Not sure if it should, but yeah.
That's a great question. Yeah, I hope it passes. I have no idea if it will or won't. I really hope so. I know that that's a lot more contentious than Elon's pay package within
Yeah.
that community.
What's the margin pass, you think? Hans, then Emmett, then Nick.
I'll be interesting and say it does not pass. Just it'll be like 48%.
Ooh, Emmett,
I'll say 69.42%.
of course. Nick.
It'll pass by more margin than what Elon wins his vote.
No way. Create the poly market right now. Make the poly market right now.
I just so Xander's live streaming it, and I just saw him pull his phone up with the stock ticker and push it back down.
I'm gonna say
What a
XAI.
degenerate.
He is such a degen. I love that guy.
Well,
He's
we're,
so
we're up
nice.
right now. We're up $3.
Great.
Oh, it's going up
I'm
a
gonna
little bit. Yeah. Farza, what are you going to say for that one?
I'm gonna say XAI. I think it passes 63%. Yes.
Cop out.
Yeah.
Yeah, stocks. I don't know what's moving the stock at the moment. Something's moving it. There's some trades going on.
Nick, did you say
Yeah.
cop out? I gave an exact number. You're saying anything under 70. What are you talking about?
No, I said it's going to be higher than what my.
You're
I'm
just
putting
giving
myself out
ranges,
there.
bro. No. I'm asking for a percentage. You're giving ranges. You're saying within this number and that number is a probability. You know?
I'm stacking different probabilities, which makes it even less likely.
Sure.
Wait, but Emma, so what's your thought right now? Like, do you think that this is gonna be like a sell the news event? Do you think the stock
Yeah,
rally?
this
Do
is
you
what I
it's
think
consolidating
happened.
for a while?
Yeah, this is what I think happened. I think this is a bizarre situation. I think it was like a buy the pre-rumor, sell the rumor, and now it could be a buy the news event.
I agree. I could not agree more. I was just talking to someone about this last night with dinner. I'm like, man, this sell-off could be like the best thing that's happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be like an extra. The stock could be like a step further ahead than we all are used to. You know.
Yeah, you heard it here. If we're right, I called it. If we're wrong, it's Emmett's fault.
Perfect.
Right? That's how it works.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. 3:15-ish p.m. Central, 3:14. We got 24,000 people joining us across all the channels. Apparently, there's another live stream going on with 100,000 people, and it's one of those like crypto scams with the QR code. Don't join that one. Join this one instead. Thank you. We will not scam
But
you.
for all the
Promise.
people that are already here, don't join the other one.
Yeah. Oh, everybody, go out. There's a crypto thing going on where Elon's giving away. No, don't do that. So we're waiting for Tesla to go live here. Thank you so much for joining us. They should go live any minute. Apparently, the board members have been seated at the event, and we're waiting for the stream. Oh, perfect. There you go. Oh, are we starting?
Oh, it's starting.
I think we are. Okay. I'm gonna shut up now.
About time.
Good one. Good one.
Welcome back to Texas, the home of Tesla.
How does that sound? Louder?
My name is Brandon.
Yeah, go
Allen,
louder.
General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, and welcome to your 2025 annual shareholder meeting.
Is that better? Louder?
Similar to last year, this meeting will
You're
have
getting
two
louder.
parts. We'll go through the 14 ballot items, and the second part, Elon Musk. Today, we will discuss business outlook and may make other forward-looking statements. Such statements or predictions are based on current expectations. Actual events or results may differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties that are disclosed in our SEC filings. Such forward-looking statements represent our views as of today and should not be relied on thereafter. We make no obligation to update them after today. Would like to welcome members of the Tesla team here, members of PricewaterhouseCoopers, and members of our board. Before we get started, why don't we hear from Robin, our board chair.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to welcome you all to the 2025 annual shareholder meeting I apologise for my voice. I've been speaking to investors for the last couple of weeks, non-stop, I think. So we here at Tesla could not continue to do the impossible without you, our shareholders. Our ongoing engagement with you all makes what we do possible. And I'm thrilled at how many of you made your voices heard this year as we aspire to create more value than any other company in history. Yeah. Without your support, we could not have reached the heights that we've already demonstrated over our relatively short yet storied history. As we further expand our ambition in our quest to build a world of sustainable abundance, we are excited to continue this partnership. Tesla is at an inflection point. I think I've said that 3,000 times over the last few weeks. And this last year has been a critical one in our history. I want to take some time to review the acknowledgements and achievements by the Tesla team, of which I and my fellow directors are incredibly proud of. We continue to redefine the automotive industry across production, customer experience, and ownership. Model Y was once again the best-selling vehicle worldwide of any vehicle in 2024. And with the new Model Y released earlier this year, it's now better than ever. Our energy business continues to reach new heights, and we deployed 31 gigawatt hours in 2024, more than double what we achieved in 2023. Fabulous. I love the energy business. And we are actively investing in both of these businesses as we aim to maximize their installed base of production globally. The installed base serves as the platform for our future value, and that creation over time, Tesla will achieve through services such as robo-taxi and virtual power plants, powered by our real-world AI. In 2024, through the use of our products, Tesla consumers avoided releasing nearly 32 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And this is a 70% increase year over year. Our ability to avoid emissions will only accelerate from here as we displace larger volumes of fossil fuel-based alternatives and increase the utilization of our products through AI. But emission avoidance is not only the thing that we focus on here at Tesla. Improving safety has been paramount to our mission since day one. Our vehicles consistently achieve the highest safety standards when tested across the world. And that safety is increasingly enhanced with autopilot technology. In 2024, our global fleet of vehicles experienced one crash after driving more than 6.8 million miles. That's amazing, 6.8 million miles. And to put that in context, that is 10 times better or safer than the average driver in the US, 10 times better. And in 2024, and is nearly double the safety performance of our autopilot technology in 2018. With many enhancements we expect to make from here, we believe our autonomy technology will improve this performance by orders of magnitude. Sustainability extends beyond the impact of product use. The Tesla team continues to focus meticulously, evaluating each step on the product journey, from raw material extraction to intermediate processing, manufacturing, delivery, product use, and the end of life, looking all the way through to making sure that we reduce our resource impact and the resource use, and bringing that to life across the entire sustainable and closed-loop economy. For more details on what we do each and every day, I encourage you all to read the Impact Report. It is an amazing document and it continues to improve over time in terms of what the team is doing. And we are also laser focused on ensuring the resulting prosperity of our efforts can be shared by all. This applies to our employees, our customers, and even those who have yet to enjoy one of our products or engage with our company in any meaningful way. Tesla spends countless hours ensuring that we procure the most responsibly sourced and produced inputs. We maximise the safety of our operations, and that all Tesla employees can benefit from the appreciation of our equity through our incentive programs, and that we continue to bring down the cost of our fabulous products across the range, increasing that accessibility for all. At the end of the day, we here at Tesla are working tirelessly to make the world a better place for all through innovation and grit. To our amazing employees, thank you for all of your hard work in achieving our mission. You are the beating heart of Tesla, and we cannot continue to deliver without you. To the management team who never get a shout out, thank you for your huge efforts. To our shareholders, all of you in the room and on the webcast globally, once again, thank you for your support. Please know that we are listening to you and are here to represent your interests. You are the owners of the company, and your voices, your perspectives, and your input are critical to what we do here at Tesla each and every day. My fellow directors and I serve you as your fiduciaries and oversee Tesla's mission, purpose, and strategy, and these responsibilities are in our minds every day. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow directors for their diligence, their dedication, and their tireless efforts. Changing the world for the better is always accompanied by difficulties. And what I can say is that you can't do it by checking the boxes and just reviewing PowerPoint presentations. Thank you for rolling up your sleeves, each and every one of our directors, the hard work that you do, lending your unique talents and delivering to our shareholders. Thank you. Thank you. Our accomplishments have been hard-earned, and these last several years have not been without their challenges. We still have much to accomplish, and I believe that we have the right team, the right technologies, the right physical infrastructure to create a world that we've only just begun to imagine. The future is bright. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand it back to Brandon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I will now call the meeting to order. It is 3:25 p.m. and I declare that the polls are now open. We have already received over the past few weeks voting proxies from our shareholders. However, if you wish to vote your shares now, you may do so on the online portal or with the ballot boxes you received at the front. Tesla has appointed Tony Carridio, a member of the Carridio Group, to serve as our Inspector of Elections. In addition, Broadridge Financial Solutions has certified that starting on September 17th, 2025, the proxy materials or notice of internet availability of the materials were sent out or mailed to shareholders of record as of September 15th, 2025. We have a majority of the outstanding shares represented at the meeting, so I declare that a quorum is present. We now will proceed with the meeting. The items of the agenda are as follows. There are 6 Tesla proposals. The election of our 3 Class 3 directors, Ira, Joe, and Kathleen, to serve a term of 3 years until their successors are duly qualified. Number 2, to approve say-on pay on a non-binding advisory basis. 3, to ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as our independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal year 2025. 4, to adopt amendments to our organizational documents to eliminate certain supermajority voting requirements. 5, to amend and restate the 2019 Equity Incentive Plan. And number 6, the 2025 CEO Performance Plan to Elon Musk. The Tesla board has recommended that all our shareholders vote for each of the director nominees and for the Tesla proposals except for the one on supermajority voting where no recommendation has been made. We also have 8 shareholder proposals that are described in our proxy statement. I'd like to remind the shareholders that Tesla's board has prepared a statement of opposition on each of them except for the one regarding XAI. Those statements are in our proxy. Now let's go through the shareholder proposals. The first one is an advisory vote regarding board authorization of investment in XAI. Our board has not made a recommendation on this. The shareholder proposal is proposed by Mr. Stephen Hawk, who I believe is here to present the proposal. Mr. Hawk?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow shareholders, Elon, and esteemed board members, thank you for this historic opportunity. I am Stephen Hawk, shareholder since 2012. It's truly my honor to present shareholder proposal number 7. The proposal is simple. I urge the board to exercise its discretion and authorize a strategic investment in XAI in some meaningful way, sooner rather than later. This isn't just capital, it's about formalizing Tesla's role as a leader in autonomous intelligence, turning AI into our new book, not just a new chapter. Tesla has always been an AI company, revolutionizing transportation, energy, and robotics through FSD and Optimus. But as we approach the singularity during this tsunami of AI, outsourcing our brain to external providers risks misaligned goals, data vulnerabilities, and lost innovation. XAI, founded by Elon, is different. It is maximally truth-seeking, curiosity-driven, and aligned with humanity's best interests, like Tesla's mission for sustainable abundance. XAI was seeded with Tesla talent, enabling bidirectional flow for highest caliber staff attraction and retention. Integrating Grok models within our vast real-world data would further supercharge FSD for safer vehicles, empower Optimus to navigate complex worlds, and to optimize energy grids. Think vertical integration of Tesla as a neural link of AI platforms, controlling the coming Optimus army with prudent stewardship. Financially, it's a no-brainer. XAI's explosive growth could yield massive returns, strengthening our balance sheet amid EV pressures, with Elon's stewardship the best for shepherding AI safely. Conflicts are minimal. Board oversight ensures fairness. XAI needs Tesla more than vice versa. But together we foster human happiness, consciousness, and meaning beyond work, shifting purpose from labor to truth-seeking in a world of abundance. Shareholders, we can't be spectators. Tesla must actively participate. Let's not outsource our destiny, but rather own it and maintain power, control, and safety. I call on the board to formalize this investment relationship and on you to support it. Thank you to Elon, and special thanks to Tesla Boomer Mama, Alexandra Mertz.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. The second shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding adopting targets and reporting on certain sustainability metrics with our senior executive compensation plans. Our board has recommended that our shareholders vote against this proposal, as explained in our proxy. The shareholder proposal is proposed by Tulip Share Capital, LLC, whose representative, Mr. Akrouge, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Fellow shareholders, I am Antoine Argouge, CEO of the impact fund Tulip Share, Speaking in support of Proposal 8, our proposal asks Tesla's board to take a simple but meaningful step: link a portion of the executive compensation to measurable sustainability performance. Tesla's success has always been built on bold, measurable goals: production target, market cap milestone, and innovation. But as we enter a new era of scrutiny around climate, labor, and governance issues, it's time that part of those milestones also reflect how sustainable that success is achieved. Proposal 8 is not asking to replace all the financial goals. We're asking to strengthen them. Imagine if one or two tranches of the future compensation were tied to tangible outcomes such as reduction in carbon intensity per vehicle, verified improvement in worker safety, or supply chain transparency. These are metrics that protect long-term shareholder value, reduce legal and reputational risk, and ensure Tesla's leadership is rewarded not only for scale, but for sustainable impact. Tesla's mission is to accelerate the world's transition, linking compensation to sustainability metrics, ensure that this mission lives at the very core of the leadership decision-making. This is how Tesla can continue to lead, not just in innovation, but also in responsibility. We urge shareholders to vote for this proposal and support a compensation framework that drives both performance and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akrouge. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our third shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding an audit of certain labor practices. The board has recommended against that, as set forth in our proxy. The shareholder proposal is proposed by the National Center for Public Policy Research, whose representative, Stefan Padfield, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
My name is Stefan Padfield, and I am the Executive Director of the Free Enterprise Project. The Free Enterprise Project is part of the National Center for Public Policy Research, which is the proponent of Proposal 9, requesting that Tesla conduct and report on a child labor audit. Let me begin by emphasizing that we are strong supporters of free enterprise, innovation, and shareholder value. We recognize Tesla's extraordinary contributions to the electric vehicle market. Our proposal is not anti-Tesla. It is pro-transparency and pro-shareholder. Proposal 9 asks for something very simple and reasonable: a verified accounting of whether and to what extent child labor is implicated in Tesla's supply chain. Tesla's opposition statement relies on policies, but policies are not the same as proof. A quote-unquote zero-tolerance policy is commendable, but without independent verification, it is only a promise, not evidence. The U.S. Department of Labor continues to list cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo among the sectors with the worst forms of child labor. A 2023 white paper on the financial and material impacts of child labor, authored by Hayes, identifies Tesla as a case study in the ongoing risks that cobalt and other mineral sourcing pose to automakers. And while Tesla's own 2024 impact report notes that the company invested more human and legal resources than ever before to combat forced and child labor, it provides no metrics showing whether those investments are working. Shareholders deserve data, not just assurances. We are asking Tesla to back its admirable words with verifiable results through a third-party audit or a transparent report. This is not just a moral question, it's a governance and risk management issue. Reputational, legal, and operational risks can directly affect shareholder value. So too can the risk that enthusiasm for electric vehicles undermines proper accounting of the often hidden cost that child labor may be embedded deep in EV supply chains. If Tesla is truly the industry leader it claims to be, it should also lead in transparency. We all know that proxy vote counts can be distorted by a plethora of conflicts of interest. Accordingly, we urge Tesla's board to see this proposal not as an attack, but as an opportunity to properly account for the costs and benefits of Tesla's mission, regardless of the final vote. If you have not done so already, please vote for Proposal 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padfield. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our fourth shareholder proposal is a vote to amend the bylaws to repeal a derivative suit ownership threshold. Our board has recommended against, as set forth in the proxy. The shareholder proposal is proposed by the Comptroller of the State of New York as the lead filer, whose representative, Thomas D. Napoli, has proposed a pre-recorded message.
This is Thomas DiNapoli, New York State Controller. As trustee of the New York State Common Retirement Fund, owner of more than 3.3 million shares, we urge shareholders of Tesla to vote for Proposal 10 to amend the bylaws to repeal the 3% derivative suit ownership threshold. We filed a proposal, along with New York City Controller Brad Lander, to restore one of the most fundamental investor rights, the right of shareholders to hold directors and officers legally accountable when they breach their fiduciary duties. When Tesla asked investors last year to approve its move from Delaware to Texas, the board assured us that shareholder protections were similar in both states. Yet within months, Tesla's board engaged in a bait-and-switch scheme and immediately turned its back on its investors by amending its bylaws to reduce shareholder rights as soon as Texas offered an opportunity to do so. The new bylaw allowed Tesla to block nearly every investor from bringing a derivative suit unless they hold 3% of the company's stock, currently about $30 billion in Tesla shares. That threshold leaves only Elon Musk and a handful of giant Wall Street funds with any legal standing to act on their own. It effectively makes the board immune from accountability. Tesla claims this rule is meant to discourage frivolous lawsuits, but courts already have tools to dismiss meritless cases. This bylaw doesn't stop abuse, it stops proper oversight. And it tells shareholders that the board no longer wants to be answerable to them. Our proposal simply seeks to repeal that bylaw and restore accountability. It ensures that if directors violate their duties, all investors still have a path to protect the company's long-term value. Unfortunately, this attack on shareholder rights is part of a larger pattern at Tesla. We see a board that lacks true independence. The board has allowed our CEO to divide his attention among multiple outside ventures and then offered a pay proposal that could hand him a $1 trillion windfall and even more unchecked power. These are not isolated issues. They all stem from the same problem, a board that refuses to act as an independent check on management. Tesla has changed the world through innovation, but no company, no matter how visionary, can thrive without accountability. Strong governance protects investors and strengthens companies over time. I urge all shareholders to send a clear message that accountability, independence, and respect for shareholders are essential to Tesla's future success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. DiNapoli. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. The fifth shareholder proposal is a vote to amend Article 10 of the bylaws. The board has recommended that our shareholders vote against it, as set forth in our proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by the Treasurer of the State of Illinois and trustee of the Bright Directions College and Savings Trust as the lead filer, whose representative, Michael Ferrix, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Fellow Tesla shareholders and members of the board, my name is Michael Ferrix. I serve as treasurer for the state of Illinois and as trustee of the Illinois College Savings Programs. I'm here to present Proposal 11, which asks Tesla to adopt a simple investor protection. If the board chooses to impose more restrictive requirements for submitting shareholder proposals as newly permitted under Texas law, those changes must be ratified by a supermajority of shareholders. At its core, this proposal is about protecting shareholder rights. If the board decides to limit our ability to submit proposals, this amendment ensures that shareholders have the final say. It helps to ensure that Tesla remains aligned with the will of its investors, plain and simple. Now, why is this important? Tesla is navigating a period of volatility, leadership transitions, intense competition, and heightened scrutiny from regulators and customers. In times like these, strong governance and active shareholder input can be critical. They serve as competitive advantages that position Tesla to lead, not just react. This proposal seeks to implement a reasonable safeguard that would reinforce accountability and build trust. The board itself has emphasized the importance of investor feedback. In the proxy statement, Chair Robin Denholm and Director Kathleen Wilson-Thompson wrote, "We are in Texas because it provides a more predictable governance framework that allows us to hear from you, the people who know Tesla best." If the board actively seeks to hear from shareholders, it's hard to reconcile that position with their opposition to this proposal. To reiterate what's at stake, Texas law now allows shareholder submission thresholds higher than SEC standards, requiring shareholders or groups to hold 3% of voting shares or $1 million in stock to submit a proposal. Compare that to current SEC rules, which allow a shareholder to have holdings as low as $2,000 to $25,000, depending on how long the shareholder has held the stock. If the board chooses to adopt the Texas thresholds, they risk silencing investors who could drive meaningful governance improvements, as well as narrowing the pipeline of ideas. Note that this proposal does not limit the board's direction to evaluate governance options. It simply ensures that if the board adopts the Texas shareholder submission thresholds, a supermajority of shareholders must ratify that decision. That's fair. It's reasonable and fully aligned with the board's stated commitment to its investors. Again, I encourage my fellow investors to vote for Proposal 11 as a clear step towards protecting our rights as shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferricks. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. The sixth shareholder proposal is an advisory vote to elect each director annually. Our board has recommended against, as set forth the reasons in the proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by James McRitchie, who has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Thank you, shareholders. We've presented this proposal before, 2021 and 2024. It won a majority both times, even with board opposition. But Tesla requires a supermajority of shares outstanding, so those majorities weren't enough. Today we ask again, join the 90% of S&P 500 companies that elect all directors annually. Declassification means accountability every year, not every 3 years. Most institutional investors support this reform. It's the retail votes we need here today. A Delaware court recently found 3 major governance failures at Tesla. The board wasn't independent, the disclosures to shareholders on its pay plan were misleading, and the board failed to negotiate properly on our behalf. Declassifying the board is part of the cure. It ensures shareholders can hold directors accountable each year or nominate qualified replacements when needed. Matt Moscardi of Free Float Media calls this one of the most important votes of the year because it could shift Tesla's board from a friends and family plan to independent professionals with the skills necessary for Tesla's next chapter. We're also endorsed by Nell Minow, co-founder of Value Edge Advisors, and ISS, one of the most respected proxy advisors. John Chevedden's related proposal, number 13, calls for simple majority voting. We'll need that reform too for this proposal to succeed. Tesla's Musk premium, once a source of strength, is fading, along with his global reputation. Remember, Tesla is his only publicly traded company. It's the liquid piggy bank that fuels his other ventures. Yes, Elon Musk is brilliant, but no company should depend on a single personality. Either he stays long enough to keep using your capital elsewhere, or he moves on when the tap runs dry. Either way, shareholders must prepare for Tesla's future, a democratic, professional company led by a capable, independent board. Let's build Tesla to attract customers, employees, and investors who all contribute to its innovations. Vote for proposal number 4, declassify the board. Vote for proposal number 13, eliminate supermajority requirements. Together, let's restore accountability, independence, and trust at Tesla. Vote now before the polls close. Your vote can make a real difference in Tesla's future and your future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRitchie. As a reminder, the board's response was contained in the proxy. Our seventh shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding a proposal that won 54% at last year's meeting. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by John Chevedden, who is on the line to present this proposal. Mr. Chevedden.
Hello, this is John Chevedden. Proposal 13. This proposal is about Tesla being governed by a Democratic majority vote standard. This Proposal 13 is proud to be on the same topic as the Tesla Proposal 6. Shareholders request that Tesla take the steps necessary so that each voting requirement in the Tesla charter and bylaws that calls for a greater than simple majority vote be replaced by a Democratic requirement for a majority of the votes cast for and against such proposals, or a simple majority vote standard. It is important to vote for both Proposal 13 and Proposal 6, which are on the very same topic. In fact, it's more important to vote for Proposal 6 because Proposal 6 is a binding proposal, and this Proposal 13 is an advisory proposal. It is important to vote for Proposal 13 because Proposal 13 is a backup proposal in case the Tesla Proposal 6 does not get enough votes. This Proposal 13 has one advantage over Proposal 6 in that it requires less votes to be approved by shareholders than the Tesla Proposal 6, since this Proposal 13 is an advisory proposal. But it's still important to vote for both proposals. Adoption of Proposal 6 will pave the way for annual election of each Tesla director sooner than this Proposal 13. Annual election of each Tesla director will tend to keep Tesla directors away from their current status as being lapdog enablers for Mr. Musk and Mr. Musk's outrageous executive pay and Mr. Musk's outrageous distractions from Tesla. Please vote yes for Tesla being governed by a Democratic majority vote standard, Proposal 13, and vote for the Tesla Proposal 6 on the same topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chevedden. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our eighth and final shareholder proposal is an advisory vote to seek shareholder approval before adopting certain bylaw amendments pursuant to Texas law. The board has opposed it for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by Eric and Emily Johnson and Bryce Matherin as co-filers, whose representative Bruce Abear from New Ground Social Investment has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Herbert of Newground Social Investment in Seattle, and I stand to move proposal number 14, a simple request that Tesla hold a vote before adopting any bylaw that would restrict the ability to file a shareholder proposal. Here's why this matters. Texas recently passed a law that allows companies to set sky-high barriers to shareholder participation. Instead of the SEC's current one-year ownership threshold of $25,000, these Texas rules would require owning $1 million of stock, or 3% of the company, in Tesla's case, roughly $30 billion, before one could file a proposal. And Tesla could enact this without a shareholder vote, simply by issuing a notice. This is not shareholder democracy. It's silencing shareholders, like nearly every one of us in this room, whether you are an individual, retiree, or institution. The backers of such thresholds presume you must be ultra-rich in order to have a good idea, which on its face is a baseless and undemocratic proposition. The shareholder proposal process serves both Tesla and the capital markets. This is because stockholders frequently spot emerging risks long before they hit the headlines, whether in the form of labor relations, climate impacts, or failures in governance. Shareholders provide an efficient, early warning system that helps companies to stay ahead of the curve. We are a low-cost, high-value cornerstone that keeps companies and capital markets healthy. In closing, corporate democracy is not a nuisance. It's an important safeguard. It's how shareholders ensure accountability and informed long-term value creation. The idea here is quite simple. Before limiting shareholder rights, put it to a shareholder vote. Therefore, to keep Tesla engaged, accountable, and forward-looking, please vote for proposal number 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Please note now is your final opportunity to submit any votes for them to be counted. I declare that the polls are now closed. Based on the proxies that we have received and the votes submitted at the meeting, I'd like to announce these results on a preliminary basis. With respect to the shareholder proposals, items 8 through 14, our shareholders have supported the recommendations on the Tesla board on all of them, other than proposal 12. With respect to proposal 7 regarding XAI, while we have received more votes in favor than we did in against, there were a significant number of abstentions. Since this is an advisory vote, the board will examine the next steps in light of this level of shareholder support. Now, moving on to the Tesla proposals. First, on the proposal to adopt amendments to our organizational documents to eliminate certain supermajority voting requirements, our shareholders have not approved. Second, on the Say on Pay advisory vote, our shareholders have approved. Third, on the ratification of the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers as our Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the 2025 fiscal year, shareholders have approved. Fourth, on the election of our 3 Class 3 directors, Ira, Joe, and Kathleen, our shareholders have re-elected them. Fifth, on the amended and restated 2019 Equity Incentive Plan, our shareholders have approved. Sixth and finally, on the 2025 CEO Performance Award to our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, with over 75% voting in favor, approved. I declare this meeting is now closed. Elon Musk.
Welcome. So, what we're
Optimus is moving.
what we're going to those bots are just dancing. There are no wires. Those are actual robots. Thanks, guys. First of all, I'd like to just give a heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported the shareholder votes. I super appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank the Tesla board for their immense support. We have a fantastic board, fantastic group of shareholders. Thank you all. And what we're about to embark upon is not merely a new chapter of the future of Tesla, but a whole new book. And I'm going to talk about that. So this really is going to be quite the story. And Optimus is a fundamental part of that. The sheer scale of Optimus, I mean, I'm going to say a bunch of things that probably I shouldn't say, you know, but but that's what keeps it interesting. I mean, have you watched any other annual shareholder meeting? I mean, honestly, I was like, I mean, if you need to go to sleep, sure. I mean, but other shareholder meetings are like snooze fests. I mean, but ours are bangers. I mean, look at this. This is sick. And we got like the cyberpunk nightclub here with real robots just standing there and milling around and dancing. And around our engineering headquarters in Palo Alto, the robots are just walking around the office 24/7 with no one minding them. And then they go charge themselves. And yeah, so the scale of Optimus, like I said, that's really going to be something else. I think it's going to be the biggest product of all time by far. Yeah. So, like bigger than cell phones, bigger than anything. I guess a way to think about it is that every human on Earth is going to want to have their own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. So who wouldn't? But actually, Optimus will be even better than that. Like R2-D2, it's kind of would beep at you, and it's kind of hard to figure out what he's talking about. You need C-3PO to translate. But Optimus is going to be, like everyone's going to want one. I think in terms of industry providing products and services, I think it's probably, 3 to 5 robots in industry for every, one that's a personal robot. I think there could be tens of billions of Optimus robots out there. Now, obviously, it's very important we pay close attention to safety here, because we do want the Star Wars movie, not the Jim Cameron movie. I love Jim Cameron's movies, but you know what I mean. So, So we're gonna launch on the fastest production ramp of any product, of any large complex manufactured product ever. And starting with building a 1 million unit production line in Fremont. That's line one. And then a 10 million unit per year production line here on the I don't know where we're going to put the 100 million unit production line. Maybe on Mars, I don't know. But I think it's going to literally get to 100 million a year, maybe even 1 billion a year. People often talk about like eliminating poverty, giving everyone amazing medical care. Well, there's actually only one way to do that, and that's with the Optimus robot. With humanoid robots, you can actually give everyone amazing medical care. In terms of Optimus will be more precise. Optimus will ultimately be better than the best human surgeon, with a level of precision that isn't possible, that is beyond human. So I think that's a pretty wild concept to say, okay, if people always talked about eliminating poverty, but actually Optimus will actually eliminate poverty. Optimus will actually give people incredible medical care. So, I mean, and so you start getting like sort of some pretty wild sci-fi sort of scenarios where, and some of these things I say will obviously be taken out of context and used in snippets and, you know, sent around, but whatever. I'm still going to say them. You know, like I think we may be able to give people a more, if somebody's committed crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say like you now get a free Optimus and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it. You know, you don't have to put people in like prisons and stuff. I think it's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future. You know, my book recommendation for maybe the best, mostly utopian sci-fi future are the Ian Banks books, the culture books. So if you're curious, like what do I think the future is probably like? I think it's probably a bit like that. Or, you know, Asimov to some degree, but I think it's, and Heinlein, but Ian Banks, if you're like saying, what does Elon think the future probably will be like for AI and robots, it's kind of Banksian. Now, and things do get kind of wild from an economic standpoint. Because at a certain point, with AI and robotics, you can actually increase the global economy by a factor of 10 or maybe 100. There's not like an obvious limit. Like Optimus is kind of like an infinite money glitch. You know, and maybe there won't even be money in the future. Or money might be measured in terms of wattage, like how much you know, power can you bring to bear from an electrical standpoint. I guess what I'm saying is hang on to your Tesla stock. Yeah. So yeah, man, it's pretty wild. You're welcome. Let's see, I think we've got some slides to go through. I'm going to say ad-lib a lot of this stuff, but so you know, when we started Tesla, the goal was to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy, and that's what we've done. I think Tesla has really led the way with electric vehicles, with battery packs, with a lot of solar, and many other companies have then followed our lead and done that. And electric cars, which used to be non-existent, are now prevalent. And the Model Y, for example, is the #1 selling car of any kind on Earth. But obviously now with AI and robotics, we need to update our mission, and our mission, I think it's a great mission, which is to achieve sustainable abundance, which is, it's like, because I often ask people like, what is the future that you want? What's the best future you can imagine? You know, because we want to try to make that future, like make the best future you can imagine. And I guess probably the best future is if people, you know, can have whatever they want from a goods and services standpoint or medical standpoint, but at the same time, we don't destroy nature, and we keep the rainforests and the beautiful national parks and all that stuff. And so that's what I mean by sustainable abundance. is that people, can have whatever they want, have all their needs met, but we still keep all of the natural beauty that we want. Okay. I mean, if somebody can think of a better future, I'm all ears. But I think that's probably the best way to go. So yeah. Let's see. So yeah. As you know, every Tesla is designed to be autonomous. So it's sometimes difficult to explain to people if they've not. In fact, I'm sure you've all encountered this, where you try to tell people that the Tesla can drive itself, and they think you're crazy or something. I mean, especially apart from the Cybertruck, our cars look pretty normal. I mean, they're good-looking cars, but they don't look super. They look normal. But I guess it's kind of like having a cat, and the cat's just sitting. Let's say you've got a cat, and it's like just sitting there on the couch, and you try to tell people that the cat can actually, it's actually Puss in Boots, and it can actually put on boots and a hat and swashbuckle and sing and dance. And people are like, no way, man, that's a cat. Until the cat does all those things. And you're like, damn, what the? We've got, millions of Tesla cars out there that are kind of like Puss in Boots. They're intelligent, but people don't know that they're intelligent. They look like normal cars, but actually they're super smart and can drive themselves. So I think that's probably the single biggest thing we need to do is to educate potential customers that you can either have a cat that's like a normal cat, or you can have Puss in Boots, and Puss in Boots is very cool. These days when people come to our stores, or even people that have the car haven't turned it on, we find. And sometimes people have paid for FSD and haven't turned it on. We're like, what? You should at least try it once. And so now the sales team, the service team will actually sit with customers and say, look, let us show you how it works and how easy it is. And then once they've tried it for even just a few days, they can't live without it. And now with version 14, we're actually getting to the point where we almost feel comfortable allowing people to text and drive, which is kind of the killer app. Because that's really what people want to do, and do. Actually, right now the versions, the car's a little strict about keeping your eyes on the road. But I'm confident that in the next month or two, we're going to look closely at the safety statistics, but we will allow you to text and drive, essentially. Yeah. So, yeah. It's certainly been the current situation, which often people will actually turn off FSD to text, then turn it back on, which is less safe. So yeah, that's probably the single biggest thing is just get people aware of FSD, and then obviously we need to get it approved in Europe. So we certainly appreciate the support of our customers in Europe, pushing the regulators to approve FSD, because you can't even get even just normal supervised FSD is not allowed in Europe currently, which doesn't make any sense. And I've had these crazy conversations with the regulators that seem like a Franz Kafka novel, where I'm like, well, look, we have billions of kilometers of data that shows that FSD increases safety, and they're like, well, we have to have all these committee meetings. I'm like, yeah, but people's lives are at stake here. So definitely a pressure from our customers in Europe to push the regulators to approve would be appreciated. And then we have partial approval in China, and we hopefully we'll have full approval in China around February or March or so. That's what they've told us. Yeah, but yeah, the fact that every Tesla car is capable of full self-driving, every car we build and have built for the last several years is capable of full self-driving is pretty wild, and most people don't know that. So, and then we've got the first car that is specifically built for unsupervised full self-driving to be a robo-taxi. It's called a Cybercab. It doesn't even have pedals or steering wheel. Yeah. So there's no side view mirrors. There's no So it's very much optimized for the lowest cost per mile.
No reaction
in an autonomous mode. And that production is happening right here in this factory, and we'll be starting production in April next year. So the way that Cybercab is designed is it's designed obviously for a purely autonomous world, but also the manufacturing system is unlike any other car. The manufacturing system of the Cybercab, it's closer to a high-volume consumer electronics device than it is a car manufacturing line. So the net result is that I think we should be able to achieve, I think, ultimately less than a 10-second cycle time, basically a unit every 10 seconds. Maybe ultimately take a few years to get there, but it's theoretically possible to get to a 5-second production time. And so what that would mean is you could get on a line that would normally produce, say, 500,000 cars a year at a 1-minute cycle time, like Model Y. This would be maybe as much as 2 or 3 million. Maybe ultimately, it's theoretically possible to achieve a 5 million unit production line if you can get to the 5-second cycle time. So. It's a lot of cars. So these will be everywhere in the future. So, and we wanted to look futuristic, so it changes the look of the roads. So now the ingredients, when you look at what Optimus is, what's required to make Optimus and the various ingredients, what do you need to do to do high volume humanoid robot production? I think it's worth considering that really the cars we make are already robots, but they're four-wheeled robots. So Tesla is already the biggest robot manufacturer in the world because every car we make is a robot. And when you break it down to the fundamental elements, you've got batteries, power electronics, motors, gearboxes. You've got connectivity. You've got a vision-based AI. Hi, Optimus. And all the various pieces that you need for a humanoid robot. You need the AI chip. You need the AI software. You need to be able to manage a large fleet. And so really Optimus is a robot with arms and legs as opposed to a robot with wheels. So Tesla's ideally suited, I think, to succeed in this arena. You will see certainly many companies showing demonstration robots. There's really three things that are super difficult about robots. One is the engineering of the forearm and hand, because the human hand is an incredible thing, actually. It's super dexterous. So engineering the hand really well. the real-world AI, and then volume manufacturing. Those are generally the things that are missing. One or more of those things are missing from other companies. So Tesla is the only one that has all three of those. Yeah. So, yeah. So this is the Optimus kind of initial, it's kind of the prototype production line. The high volume production line will be very automated, obviously, but this is really the production line that we use to make the prototypes. So you can get a sort of rough sense for what it takes to build the robot. Gotta pull the finger. And then, as I've said before, I think once we reach about 1 million units per year of sustained production or in excess of that, I think probably the cost of production is around $20,000 in current year dollars. So this will be certainly very affordable. And yeah, like I said, I think Optimus will ultimately increase the size of the economy probably by a factor of 10 or more. Next year we start production with Optimus version 3. What you're seeing here is Optimus version 2.5. Optimus 3 is an incredibly good design. The Tesla engineering team is amazing. When you see Optimus 3, yeah. It will seem as though that there's someone like a person in a robot outfit, which is how we started with Optimus. It really is going to be something special. And then Optimus 4, that hopefully starts production in 27, and then Optimus 5 in 28. So it's kind of like an annual release cycle with significant improvements with each one and gigantic increases in the scale of production. So yeah, so sustainable abundance via AI and robotics. That's the future we're headed for. And as I think most people here know, the safety statistics show that miles driven on FSD are much safer than miles driven without it. So what this will translate to ultimately is saving the lives of millions of people and preventing hundreds of millions of accidents. So a massive increase in lives solved and tragedies avoided. It's going to be amazing. And how many people here have tried 14.1? Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, you can see even with the point releases, it's getting quite a bit better. It should be pretty smooth at this point. But really, 14.2 is, there are major changes with 14.2 and then 14.3. And I think by 14.3 is when we'll really be at the point where you can just pretty much fall asleep and wake up at your destination. So. And then I've been putting a lot of time into the new Tesla chip design because in order to have a functional robot, you have to have a great AI chip. And it needs to be an inexpensive chip, and it needs to be very power efficient. So we believe the AI5 chip will be probably about a third of the power of, say, something like a Blackwell, an Nvidia Blackwell, which is a great chip, for roughly comparable performance, and much less than 10% of the cost. So. This is a chip that is very much optimized for the Tesla AI software stack. So it's not meant to be a general purpose chip. It's meant to be an amazing chip for the Tesla AI software. I mean, a couple things that I think like, how is Tesla able to achieve such an improvement? I think it is because we are specialized. We're not trying to. Nvidia has to serve the superset of all past and future customers. So all of their requirements, all of the software that they've written has to work, which is a very difficult problem. Whereas we just need to make it work for our software. And so we were able to simplify the chip dramatically. And then we also, I think we're unique in this, but like we have an integer-based system. And integer operations are fundamentally more efficient than floating point operations. So we can do floating point, but the vast majority of our inference is done in integer, which is, if you're familiar with sort of logic gates, like the simplicity of integer, and integer is much more power efficient, much more silicon efficient, but you actually have to train for integer inference, which everyone else is training for floating point. That's kind of like a niche technical detail, but it's actually very important. So yeah, this is going to be a great chip. So this chip will be made in basically in 4 places: TSMC Taiwan, Samsung Korea, TSMC Arizona, and TSMC Texas. And we already know what improvements to make for AI 6. So I'm hopeful that we can, within less than a year of AI 5 starting production, we can actually transition in the same fab to AI 6 and double all of the performance metrics. So I'm super hardcore on chips right now, as you may be able to tell. I have chips on the brain. I dream about chips, literally. I can draw the at least the broad brushstroke physical design of the AI 5 chip by heart at this point. It's a good chip. It's a good chip, sir. So this is really key. Now, one of the things I'm trying to figure out is how do we make enough chips? I have a lot of respect for the Tesla partners, TSMC and Samsung. Maybe we'll do something with Intel. We haven't signed any deal, but it's probably worth having discussions with Intel. But even when we extrapolate the best case scenario for chip production from our suppliers, it's still not enough. So I think we may have to do a Tesla terafab. So it's like Giga, but way bigger. I can't see any other way to get to the volume of chips that we're looking for. So I think we're probably going to have to build a gigantic chip fab. Yeah. It's got to be done. So anyway, some of the stuff I've already talked about. Yep, we've done a tremendous amount for sustainable energy, and that's only going to grow over time. The world is moving towards a solar battery economy, which is ultimately that's where it was going to go anyway. But what Tesla's done is accelerate that outcome. Sometimes people don't understand quite how much energy comes from the sun. So the sun is 99.8% of all mass in the solar system, Jupiter being 0.1%, and then 0.1% is miscellaneous, Earth being in the miscellaneous category. So the total amount of energy, sometimes people say, well, we'll build fusion reactors on Earth. It's like, well, actually, the giant fusion reactor in the sky is basically impossible to beat, to such a degree that even if you could burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%. That's how much energy the sun produces. So solar power is necessarily the future. And I think there's going to be a lot of solar-powered AI satellites. And I think Tesla's going to play a role in that. We've obviously refreshed the product line, so S3XY. If people haven't tried the Model S, 3X or Y, or the Cybertruck, I recommend at least getting a test drive or a test ride, as the case may be. Try out the full self-driving, and I think you'll be blown away. So those who do not, if you might be listening and don't have a Tesla, you should try one. And of course, we've got the Cybertruck, which is the toughest truck of all time. It's literally bulletproof, faster than a Porsche 911, and can out-tow a Ford F-350. So it's a great car, great truck. And then starting next year, we manufacture the Tesla Semi. So this is already, we already have a lot of prototype Tesla Semis in operation. PepsiCo and other companies have been using the Tesla Semi for quite some time. But we will start volume production at our Northern Nevada factory in 2026. So we've got two big products, or three massive products starting production next year. We've got Optimus, we've got Tesla Semi, and we've got the Cybercab. So.
No Roadster.
And then battery packs. So if you look at total U.S. power generation capability, it's roughly a terawatt. But the average power usage is less than half a terawatt. And that's because there are big differences in power usage between day and night. So the daily and seasonal variations in power consumption mean that the United States, and really every country, is only producing about half as much electrical energy as it could. Because without batteries, there's no effective way to buffer the energy. So what batteries actually enable is, even if you don't build any incremental power plants, you could double the energy output of the United States just with batteries. This is a super big deal. And in fact, I think that's really where most of the incremental energy production in the United States is going to come from, is literally batteries. So a bigger deal than it may seem. And then we keep improving the battery design, so the Mega Block, which makes it really easy to deploy battery, utility scale batteries. So we've just simplified and brought more of the components to be internal to the batteries, so you can just show up and drop off a battery and it works. And then hopefully over time we will actually add more and more of the power electronics so that Megapack will actually be able to output up to 35 kilovolts directly. So you won't need a substation, is what I'm saying. You can just literally drop it off, kind of like the way that a power wall, you just connect it to the house, the utility wires go on one side and the other side goes to the house mains, and that's it. So we want to get Megapack to the point where you just literally take the utility wires and you plug them in, and it just works. So. Then we've got we've also built the world's largest supercharger network. So we do a lot of things here at Tesla. That's the biggest supercharging network in the world by far. And ultimately, you'll be able to go anywhere on Earth using a Tesla supercharger. And it's pretty close to anywhere on Earth, but it's, it's going to be ultimately just anywhere. It'll just work anywhere. So the supercharger team has done great work expanding that and improving the efficiency of the supercharger network. And in North America, they did such a good job that the other car companies basically said, well, they'll just use the Tesla supercharger network. I'm like, okay, sounds good to us. It's always important to have a slide on safety in the factory, so we continue to improve safety for our factory workers. We care a lot about their well-being. Like one way you can just tell if a company is a good company or not, if you just walk through the factory or walk through the office and catch the vibe. And the vibe in the Tesla factory is good. People are happy. That's how you know it's a good company. We've also put a lot of investment into raw materials. So we've built in South Texas and Corpus Christi the biggest lithium refinery outside of China, I believe. So it's starting off with 50 gigawatt hours of lithium, and we'll expand from there. So this is a very, very important to have, in a worst case scenario, that we have the ingredients necessary to make a battery. Very important. And then we've got here on this site the cathode factory, which is just the sort of giant building about a half mile that way. And we're just making sure that we, from a supply chain standpoint, are resilient against any potential geopolitical challenges. And then also at this factory, we also make the 4680 cell, which is getting better and better. And that 4680 cell will be used in the Cybercab. It is being used in the Cybertruck and will be used in the Cybercab and also in Optimus. So that's going well. But we continue, obviously, to get cells from many suppliers. It's kind of like the chip fab thing. We'll take as many chips as our suppliers can provide us, but then beyond that, if they can't provide us with any incremental cells or chips, we kind of have to make them ourselves or we get stuck. That's the Tesla Semi factory. So it's going to be pretty cool to see these going down the road in scale. Yeah, so that's the basic plan. Sustainable abundance for all. All right, so yeah, I guess we can go into Q&A now. Maybe at the next annual shareholder meeting, we'll have Optimus take some of the questions. That'd be cool. So let's see, Alexander. Well, thank you for your help, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Is that a mic? Is it? No, let me hold it. It's okay. Well, what a year's been, right? I mean, just a year ago, President Trump got elected on the same day. These 12 months have been a heck of 12 months. Thank you to the board, because I think they had to weather quite some storms with institutional investors. And obviously, thank you to you. And we stand with you. I think we showed it, and we will show it again. So we would like to express a wish, please. This is a nice venue. We love coming to the factory, and I think it's actually great we're doing this at the factory. But there are thousands of retail investors who are crying because they cannot. They come to me. I love playing the mama, but I now give it to you. Please organize a bigger venue. We're bigger than Berkshire, and we will do better than Berkshire.
Okay, sure.
And we can pay to make it happen.
Yeah. Actually, Tesla will be way, way, way bigger than Berkshire long term. It's going to be kind of nutty. All right, we'll do the next one. Maybe we'll do it in the, maybe the downtown arena or the soccer stadium or something like that.
And get your security checked. We want to make sure that you're safe.
What if I just bob and weave?
But, you know, we want a party, and if you can bring the other Elon companies there as well, investors would really appreciate it.
All right, sounds good.
So thank you very much for listening to that.
All right.
Elon, as a father, I just want to first thank you for everything you're doing in the world, especially freedom of speech. Thank you. And one question. Will you or Tesla ever consider FSD tied to an owner's account rather than a vehicle to encourage more frequent upgrades, provided the transfer is to only a brand new Tesla vehicle while fostering brand loyalty? If the vehicle is sold or traded without upgrade to another Tesla, FSD ownership would end.
Well, we have done that a few times. I guess we could extend it again. All right, we'll extend it. We'll extend it for at least another quarter, and then play it by ear after that. All right.
Howdy, Elon. Congrats on not having to show up to work for free anymore.
Yeah.
We now have over a $40 billion war chest. We're cash flow positive and remain that. We know how you feel about fiat already. Is it time to take a look at Bitcoin? What's your belief on that? Also, you've hinted towards that there's a wheelchair accessible model in the works. Were you referring to the Robovin? And if so, can we please speed up production to help the least fortunate?
Sure. Obviously we need a vehicle that's big enough to fit a wheelchair, if it's wheelchair accessible. So I think that is the Robovin or Robust or whatever we call it. I mean, it's not like we're slowing down because we want to slow down. It's like we're spinning like a zillion plates here. But I do think it would be very cool because I think aesthetically as well, it just would change the look of the roads and make it feel like the future. So it won't be long before we make that. But since we do have Optimus, we've got Cybercab, Optimus, and Semi all next year. We'll probably have to be maybe the year that a couple years from now or something like that. But we certainly will make a wheelchair accessible vehicle. So.
Hi, Satoshi. I was privileged enough to attend the Investor Day, and you also talked about the factory being a product. And I saw the dry cathode method and so forth, and I wanted to know the progress in that, and also would Optimus be working on that in the future production line in the future?
Yeah, I guess the dry cathode, man, that's turned out to be a lot harder than we thought. I mean, it does look like it's going to be successful, and it will have some cost advantage relative to wet cathode. But if I had to wind the clock back, I would probably have gone with wet cathode instead of dry cathode, because it just turned out to be a lot harder to make it, capable of high volume production with super high reliability. Yeah, but we will be scaling up battery cell production at Tesla, and looking for cell production from our suppliers as well, because we're going to be ramping up production very dramatically at Tesla. So now that we believe we have full self-driving, that we have autonomy solved, or at least are within a few months of having it unsupervised autonomy solved at a reliability level significantly better than human. That means it's time to ramp up production, because the value proposition is now much greater than a regular car. The killer app really is for people: can you text and drive, or can you sleep and drive? Can the car take you to your destination, or do you need to pay attention and have to drive it? And before we allow the car to be driven without paying attention, we need to make sure it's very safe. But like I said, we're on the cusp of that. I know I've said that a few times, but we really are at this point, and you can feel it for yourselves with the 14.1 release. We're going to push to expand vehicle production as fast as we possibly can. So aspirationally, we'd aim to increase vehicle production by about 50% by the end of next year. Yeah. So it's very hard to increase production, but that's roughly, I don't know, maybe we get to, like, I'm just guessing, at an exit rate by the end of next year of around 2.6, 2.7 million vehicles, annualized production, and then aim to get to maybe 4 million by the annualized rate by the end of 27, and then maybe 5 million by the end of 28. Those are our aspirational goals. So this is a gigantic increase in output, which means that the entire supply chain has to move in unison with that increase in volume. And the nature of producing a large complex product is that it moves as fast as the least lucky, dumbest element in the entire system, and there's 10,000 plus items. But this, like I said, this really is it's not just a new chapter for Tesla, it's a new book. And that new book is massively increasing vehicle production, and ramping up Optimus production faster than anything's ever been ramped up before in history. So.
Awesome. Elon, thank you. Thank you from all of us. The retail shareholders really care, and so I echo the sentiment of a larger venue where more can come. As a testament to that, I was fortunate enough to be here last year, and since then, touring the factory, talking to people that work here, I'm just a retail shareholder, but increased my holdings 12 times, right? So I know it's really engaging and gives people a confidence, and so thank you for having us, and I do echo that. I hope it grows. Last year, I'm the one that asked you about your well-being and safety.
Oh yeah, still alive.
And there's a broad, general question, and it was before some of the uncertainty that's unfolded since then, and
yeah.
So I hope it had a positive impact, and we all care. And so my question this year You've talked recently about the most mind-blowing product demo of all time, and a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever.
Roadster. Yeah.
And I have patiently been waiting on my Founders Series Roadster reservation. So on behalf of the Founders Series guys that have stuck in there, can we be invited to this unveil?
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
So all Founders Series can be invited?
Yes. I mean, it's the least we could do, frankly, for people that are long-suffering Roadster reservation holders. I feel confident in saying it will be the most exciting product unveil ever. And I hope that whether it goes well or doesn't go well.
Since I'm up here, can I get the first one?
Well, I guess it's according to whoever put down their deposit in that sequence. So that's but you'll get a very early one. I mean, the new Roadster is very much sort of like it's not even the icing on the cake, it's the cherry on the icing on the cake. So, I mean, it's really kind of like, you know, it's like it's not essential for sustainable abundance, let me put it that way. But I do think there should be, you know, very cool technology in the world that is, you know, that's way beyond anything that's ever existed. And I think I'd like those, like even if I could never have access to those things, I'd like to know that they exist and see the future happening. So I think it will be inspiring to a lot of people, and just it's extreme. It's like the coolest car, if it even is a car, that will probably ever exist. Yeah. So.
Hi, Elon. Congrats on the proposal plan. That was amazing, the compensation. Question back to chips. So chips.
Chips will be the limiting factor.
To the future. So on
yes.
that.
Chips and electricity are the two limiting factors.
Yeah, and we got the energy and power and energy packs ready to roll. So I think on the chips, I think you said TSMC, Samsung, perhaps Intel, 14A, and several different sites. I heard a couple U.S. factory sources, which is.
I mean, we're like everyone.
Everybody.
You know, it's like. Yeah.
And so I guess is there an open door in the future of investing directly into some of those foundries? And second question, how big is a terafactory? Can you put that in scale and
that's a good point.
That's a semiconductor terafactory?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that we actually have agreed to buy all the chips that are made from the fab, you know. So it's basically a money printing machine for TSMC and Samsung. It's like literally, the faster you make the chips, the faster we send them money, but it's still not going at fast enough. So that's why I think, as far as I can see, the only option is to go build some like very big chip fab. And then you got to solve memory and packaging too. So, but otherwise, you just tap out at whatever the chip production rate is. So I guess Tera would be, you'd want to say it's got to be at least 100,000 wafer starts per month size fab. And maybe that would be one of 10 in a complex. So it would ultimately be 1 million wafer starts per month. Yeah, exactly. You can tell when it gets the giggle factor, that's probably a good sign that we're onto something special. But I wouldn't be surprised if long term it's like 1 million wafers a month. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm a long-term investor, so I've been holding the shares for 12 years. I worked at the autopilot team development for 10 years, and I brought my dad here from Brazil. We actually won the Tesla Vision contest with the Cybertruck B video, so I hope you get to see that at some point. So thanks for the free Model Y. And my question is about, obviously, market expansion, but not only South America, Brazil, but also into Mars, like with the upcoming rendezvous of Mars and Earth. what's going to be in the payload, what are we going to send there?
Well, Optimus is going to play a big role. Well, Optimus and I think Tesla vehicles will play a big role on the moon and Mars. So for a moon base and a Mars city, Tesla vehicles and Optimus robots are natural fit for building and operating a moon base and a Mars city. So, sorry?
Cybertruck also?
Yeah, it's Cybertruck. You will need to drive around in a pressurized vehicle if there's a person inside. But yeah, it'll be something cool. Next level moon buggy or Mars buggy. So, all right.
Hi, Mr. Musk. Gaurav. Been a fan of yours since 2006. I think I saw a piece in Popular Science magazine. It was really cool, and I think I was 15 at the time. Shareholder since 10 years now. It's been really, really rewarding. It's changed my life. So thank you very much to you and Tesla. My question is regarding Tesla's mission for a sustainable future as it pertains to autonomy. I personally fully expect a deflationary period after, unlocked by autonomy, basically, both in moving humans and goods and whatnot, excluding Optimus even.
Yeah.
What efforts is Tesla going to focus on to reduce the dollar per mile? Rough math, I think like 30 cents a mile would be really nice. 50 cents is pretty good too. I mean, looking at inflation later on. And then I guess the second part of that, how low does it have to be for people to just stop buying cars, like where it doesn't make economic sense to do that? I expect that to affect economies of scale and then further increase the pricing of vehicles there on out. So what is that node at which inflection happens?
Well, in terms of cost per mile, I mean, we do see a path with a lot of work to get below 20 cents a mile in current year dollars. I somewhat agree that things will probably be deflationary as productivity increases, because you can think of money supply as being the ratio of goods and services to what's the growth in goods and services versus the growth in the money supply? That ratio is basically inflation. And so if the output of goods and services grows faster than the money supply, then you necessarily have deflation, or vice versa. They try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. So I'm not sure that even government overspending can actually. I think government overspending will be lower than the increase in productivity of goods and services, which would imply deflation as you expect. Sorry?
What about economies of scale and the impact it has to how you respond as an automotive company when people stop potentially buying cars?
Economies of scale?
In like auto manufacturing, for instance, it only makes sense if lots of people buy your vehicles.
The total number of vehicles will decrease. The sort of vehicle fleet out there is about 2 billion cars. But 2 billion, if you add up all cars and trucks that are not at a scrapyard, I think it's around 2 billion. But that number would decrease with autonomous vehicles. So the total fleet size would drop. I actually think miles driven will increase because it is now much less painful to travel somewhere. So if somebody's thinking about traveling across a busy city, then they'll take into account, well, how much pain do I have to deal with? If I have to go through 2 hours of traffic, I probably won't do it. But if you're just, say, sitting in a Cybercab watching a movie or doing some work, then it's just like sitting in a little lounge. So I think you'll see probably a significant increase in total miles driven, but at the same time, a decrease in the total active fleet of vehicles.
I'd just like to reiterate how grateful we all are to have you on board, ready to lead us to another $7 trillion in market cap, at least.
At least.
Obviously.
Thank you.
My question is, how much of a concern is it that when Cybercab starts production in Q2 next year, that regulation won't be there yet to where you can deploy Cybercabs being produced? Or are you guys confident that every Cybercab you guys make, you'll be able to deploy?
Yeah, I think the rate at which we receive regulatory approval will roughly match the rate of Cybercab production. It'll be maybe a little tight, but it's about right. And I'd like to thank Waymo for paving the path here. It's very helpful. Yeah, but I think we'll be able to deploy all the Cybercabs that we produce. And the other thing is, like, once it becomes like extremely normal in cities, it's just going to become like the regulators will have just fewer and fewer reasons to say no. And then you've got this, you've got the accident statistics at scale, and you can show that autonomous miles save lives. And you've got unequivocal, billions of miles to prove it. Then I think it's hard for regulators to say no. Yeah, true. All right.
First of all, Elon, thank you so much for everything you do for the Tesla shareholders.
Thank you.
Do you see a path for Optimus to have consciousness downloaded to it?
You mean human consciousness, or?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like immediate, but if you said down the road, would you be able to, say, with a neural link, have a snapshot of, or at least an approximate snapshot of somebody's mind, and then upload that approximate snapshot to an Optimus body? I think that at some point that technology becomes possible, and it's probably less than 20 years. Yeah. But of course, you won't quite be the same, be a little different, because you'll be in a robot body, and the mental snapshot will not be precise. It'll be probably pretty close, but not exactly the same. On the other hand, are you the same person that you were 5 years ago? Nope. I mean, a lot of things have changed. Yeah, but I guess at some point, if you want to be uploaded to a robot body, my guess is that becomes possible. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Space-based data center is a great idea, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I was curious on your views on space-based solar power, the idea of beaming down microwave energy down to Earth so that you can just point it to where it needs to go without transmission, without distribution lines, and it's more energy dense, so less land use. Just curious on your views.
Well, space solar power, until the advent of something like Starship, where the cost per ton to orbit drops by orders of magnitude, the cost of getting payload to orbit is so high that there was no possibility of space solar power solving anything, really. Now with Starship, I see a path to Starship cost per ton to orbit being lower than air flight. Like if you were to fly, do a long distance air flight with cargo, like say took a 747 from here to Sydney, Australia, or something like that. I think ultimately Starship will be able to do that trip for less cost per ton than an aircraft. So now you've got that opens up a very wide range of possibilities. Like the most obvious one, I think, is actually solar-powered AI satellites. So to move the AI to orbit and essentially deep space over time, because you can actually access over 1 billion times more energy from the sun in deep space than you can on Earth. The scaling, to scale to Kardashev, to make any progress on Kardashev 2 scale, which is using some non-trivial amount of energy from the sun, you kind of have to do space solar power. Now, you could only beam a tiny amount of that back to Earth, or you would melt Earth. So Earth actually receives a very, very tiny amount of the sun's energy. Earth is a tiny dust mote. You see, like Earth to scale with the sun, we look like a little crumb. So to scale civilization, like I said, to be at all relevant on a Kardashev 2 scale, like to even use 1/1,000,000% of the sun's energy, you really have to be use solar power in deep space. And you could beam some of that back to Earth too, but you can only beam a tiny bit of it back, or you'd melt Earth.
And this will be our last question.
We'll do a few more.
Sorry. Sorry.
All right.
Elon, look around you. This is a very, very small sample of Tesla soldiers. Maybe, actually, I should say Elon Musk soldiers.
Well, thank you for your support.
So,
thank you, everyone. I'd just like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. Thank you. And thank you, everyone out there.
So, I know for sure a lot of them sold the farm to buy Tesla. And they stuck with Tesla through thick and thin, good days and bad days.
Yes.
So my question to you is, how do you feel about repeating the success, but in a safer way, where you get qualified Tesla retail investor only to invest in SpaceX, avoiding all these market manipulators, those crooks, and these short sellers?
Yeah. It is a tough problem that you highlight. I mean, unfortunately, over time, the parasitic load of being a public company has just grown over time. And so you get all these, like, spurious lawsuits, obviously, and they just make it very difficult to operate effectively as a public company. But I do want to try to figure out some way for Tesla shareholders to participate in SpaceX. That would be very cool. I've been giving a lot of thought to how to give people access to SpaceX stock, because I do want supporters to have SpaceX stock, but there's this sort of 2,500 shareholder threshold for, before you become a de facto public company. But I don't know, maybe at some point maybe at some point SpaceX should become a public company, despite all the downsides of being public. All right.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Elon. Just an amazing job you're doing, not only for Tesla shareholders, but humanity in general. So we got a couple of questions many of us are asking. Like, we want to know, many of us think you are one of the most consequential business people on earth ever. And we want to understand, how do you think? Like, for example, like a couple one, how did you know in the master plan part 2, this is like 2018 or something like that, you calculated at that point it takes 6 billion miles of FSD miles driven before maybe the world, the regulatory, would approve it? And then the second is, like, when you were deciding if Tesla's going to have, the hardware chips, AI chips, did you know at that time that at some point when you get to AI5, it's going to be used not only for cars, but for bots and for AI data centers? Like, was that luck a little bit, or was it like you kind of knew that was going to happen?
Well, generally, in terms of the estimates, like for the self-driving stuff, I generally try to get things to within an order of magnitude. It seemed to me like probably, and this was technically in kilometers, but it would be closer to 10 billion kilometers, which is roughly 6 billion miles, than it would be to 1 billion. But I thought it would not take 100 billion kilometers. So it was really just when you're trying to guess something where there's a lot of uncertainty, just try to get the estimate to the nearest order of magnitude, closest factor of 10, and that's why I said probably around 10 billion kilometers or 6 billion miles. And then, the chip, the reason Tesla created a chip team, and it's important to know, like, the vast majority of, like, Tesla is like a dozen startups in one. And, we've only really done one major acquisition, which is Solar City, and then some very small ones. So almost all of this is organic. So I built the chip team from scratch and the AI team from scratch. It was just because it became a limiting factor. So for hardware too, we used Nvidia, but Nvidia was at that time focused on making really AI server hardware, which obviously was a smart bet. They're currently the most valuable company in the world. And Jensen Huang and his team have done an incredible job at Nvidia. My hat's off to them. I'm a huge admirer of Jensen and Nvidia. They've done amazing work. But they didn't want to do a low-cost, power-efficient car computer at the time, AI car computer. So I was like, well, okay, I guess we need to start a chip team to solve that. So then that's when I hired Jim Keller, and we built the chip team and did AI3, then AI4. And then, to be honest, we made some mistakes there with AI5, but now AI5 is back on track, and we'll have a very rapid cadence to AI6 and so forth. And this is really necessary for the car to with AI4, I think we can get to 200 or 300% better than human safety, maybe 400% better. But with AI5, I think we can do 1,000% better, or maybe even better than that. Than human safety. So at a certain point, actually, it might be too much intelligence for a car. I was thinking, what if you get stuck in a car and you have too much intelligence? But then one of the things we could do is, when the car is idle, is use the car as a massive distributed AI inference fleet. So, with the consent of customers, we're like, do you want your car to earn money for you while it's sitting in your garage at night? I don't know, we'll pay, $100 a month or $200 a month or whatever the right number is, if you allow Tesla to do AI inference workloads when you're not using your car. That will also help the AI in the car not get bored. Because I sort of imagine, what if I got stuck in a car? And then, and the highlight of your day was driving. It's like, but they don't always want to drive, so then what do you do the rest of the time? So I think Tesla could actually end up having the largest, Tesla might end up having the most amount of AI inference compute in the world. If you think, maybe if we had 100 million car fleet, and at some point we may have more than 100 million car fleet, and they'll have AI6, AI7, and if you're able to run a kilowatt of inference on 100 million car fleet, now you've got 100 gigawatts of distributed inference with built-in cooling and power electronics and distributed power. Probably the market's valuing that at 0.0 right now, is my guess. But it seems like an obvious thing to do. If you've got distributed inference AI, and you've got the power and the cooling, which is very difficult to do, the power and the cooling,
And 100 gigawatts is a lot. I mean, the average, as I said, the average power consumption in the US, I think, is around 460 gigawatts. That's the entire electrical consumption of the US. So if you did 100 gigawatts, that would be a pretty big number. But yeah, it's basically something as a limiting factor, and then we take actions to address the limiting factor.
A quick follow-up. Thank you for that very much. A request for you. So you guys just unveiled the Cyber Bear. Looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
We'd like to, it's beautiful. We'd want you guys, or maybe do a Cyber Bull here in Giga, Texas. My name's Herbert. I've got a Brighter with Herbert channel on YouTube. This is the Cyber Bulls. We are representing the Tesla Bulls, and we stand with you, Elon. But wouldn't it be cool to have a Cyber Bull right here in Texas?
Like a cyber longhorn?
Cyber Longhorn.
All right, sure. We'll do a Cyber Longhorn for the factory. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited to ask this question. I've dreamed of giving away a Tesla for a very, very long time. And I finally wore EVJect down enough that they're willing to foot the bill for it. But it turns out to give away a Tesla, I have to have your permission to say we're giving away a Tesla. So it's a simple
just
question.
give it away.
You don't have to do anything. Tesla doesn't have to do. We're going to go through the normal channels. We'll buy it from a store.
Sure.
All that stuff.
You can give away a Tesla. It's totally cool. Yeah. Yeah, but certainly you don't need my permission to give away a car. We'll take like maybe a couple more questions and then call it a night. So, all right.
Hi, Elon. My name is Jonathan. You mentioned that the Roadster will have more tech than all the James Bond vehicles combined. Do you think there's any possibility that any of that tech will make it into the current vehicle lineup?
No.
And to follow up on that, do you have any estimate of production or delivery timelines for the Roadster?
I guess, so we're aiming for the product unveiled will be of the Roadster 2, which will be very different from what was shown previously. That demo event will be April 1st of next year. I have some deniability because, like, I could say I was just kidding. But we are actually tentatively aiming for April 1st for this, what I think will be the most exciting, whether it works or not, demo ever of any product. And then I guess production is probably about 12 to 18 months after that. I think production is probably a year or so after that. Oh, well, I can't give away the secrets, but you won't be disappointed. All right, we'll take one last question, I guess.
Hey, Elon.
All right. 3 last questions? Okay.
Hi, Elon. I'm really excited about this future of sustainable abundance that we're talking about. I mean, you're going to be saving a lot of lives with FSD, but the number of lives that will be saved and improved with this future vision you have is really inspiring and very exciting. So even today, you've mentioned, though, that in a post-scarcity world, the role of money could diminish or become obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
Given that much of today's power, including yours, is tied to wealth, do you think achieving this abundance would require powerful people to relinquish their power? And how might we address resistance from those who hold power to make this vision a reality?
Well, I mean, I think actually long-term, the AI is going to be in charge, to be totally frank, not humans. If artificial intelligence vastly exceeds the sum of human intelligence, it is difficult to imagine that any humans will actually be in charge. So we just need to make sure the AI is friendly. Yep.
Thank you.
Was that the question? Go ahead, sure.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Elon. Okay. Yeah. So I'm Cybercab on X, and I'm doing YouTube and content creator. There's one thing I always heard about Tesla owners or people who want to buy Tesla complain about. That is about a super expensive insurance, right? And the thing is, Tesla, I know Tesla also do insurance. However, it's not a cover every place. Like based on Boston, I don't have too much options. It's super expensive. And the other point is the FSD is very safe right now. I've been using FSD for about 4 years, right?
Yes.
It's getting to a point, it's like almost unsupervised. However, the insurance still does not take this into consideration. They don't ask you whether you have FSD or not, and they don't know how much you travel with FSD, and that is not a part of the risk prediction kind of thing, right? So I feel like what's your thought about insurance going forward, especially when we're getting close to the autonomy? What is path, like either using your own or with the external partnership? For example, there's a company called Lemonade.
We do need to not have the questions be super long. I mean, Tesla Insurance is trying to expand as quickly as possible, but the regulatory structure for insurance is extremely complex and works on a state-by-state basis. So it's really somewhat of a racket. The rules for insurance are different with every state. It's a very, very complicated thing. But I'm aware that insurance often is too expensive and doesn't take the right things into account. So all I can say to that is, yeah, we'll keep expanding Tesla Insurance. When the car is operating as a Cybercab, Tesla will simply self-insure, so that kind of solves that. Insurance is a real pain in the neck, for sure. Okay, I do need to end this at some point. I'll take, one question and one question there.
All right, thanks Elon for taking my question. I appreciate it. My question has to do with compute and what the build out or how much is necessary to train Optimus and actually get them to a very household, meaningful robot that can do things, and if the partnership with xAI would help accelerate that.
Yeah, there's a lot of training compute needed for Optimus, because the AI chip in the robot is relatively weak because it's really limited on power. You can make up for that with a lot of training to have a lot of training result in a very efficient AI that can run on a low power chip in the robot. So it is. We will actually have to spend a lot of money on training. Like ultimately it'll be like tens of billions of dollars on training compute. So it's a big number.
Would a partnership with xAI help accelerate that?
Yeah, I think potentially. Yeah, I think that could. Yeah, I think there's potential for accelerating that. So. Yeah, did the xAI investment thing get approved? Yes. No? Yes? Okay. Okay, whatever. Whenever like it's like Tesla and some other company that I have an interest in, then it's like always quite complicated to do things. It has to go through a lot of hoops to happen. I do think there's a lot of potential for collaboration with xAI in the future and with SpaceX. So, all right.
Okay, this is the last one.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. Captain Ali on X, I support you. Thank you so much for everything you do. Very simple question. I'm from Israel. I don't represent a lot of people, but people do ask me, and I'm going to ask you. Any chance to have the app in other languages, like Hebrew, for example? Some people struggle with.
You mean the app is?
The app itself, yeah, just the app, the application.
The app is not in Hebrew?
No.
Oh.
And a lot of people don't speak English, so it's
okay.
weird.
Shoot, I thought we had it in all languages. Okay, well definitely the app needs to be in all languages. All right. So, all right.
All right, everybody, start lowering your volumes because we're about to blow your ear holes out. We had to adjust for the stream, so go ahead and lower your volumes, lower your volumes, lower your volumes, lower them, lower them, lower them, lower, 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 and we're home. And if your ears are bleeding, that's on you. I tried my best. Hi, everybody. Welcome. So, that was fun. We have a roundtable here. We're going to go through a few of my notes, and then we'll go around the table to see what people thought. I'll go through my highest takeaways, and then you all tell me what you guys think. So, I thought the guidelines on bot, 1 million production line, these kind of we already had from the company. 1 million production line in Fremont was the location where they're going to start. So that was a new piece of information. 10 million in Giga Austin, 100 million a year, maybe $1 billion a year for versions 5 and thereon. And then they will have a yearly release cycle. So V3 is going to start next year, starting at 1 million in Fremont. Then the following year, V4 at 10 million in Giga Austin. Then no safety riders in Austin by end of the year was some of what we also heard from the team, and it was on small print on one of the images they had for robo-taxi. V14, they're almost comfortable letting people text and drive in the next couple months, and V14.3, so the current sort of version, probably in the next few months, people will be able to wake up and fall asleep from their destination. We'll see how regulations handle that. We'll see who's going to ensure that, but that's what the company guidance was. February and March, they're looking for full approval of FSD in China, was what I heard. And then in Europe, we're still waiting on regulators to play nice, but it's Europe, so God knows when that's going to happen. April 2026, that's when Cybercab's going to start production, so we have an actual month. And it's also going to be April 1st, we'll see if it's a joke or not, the Roadster demo in 2026, and then production will start sometime in 2027. So RIP everybody who's put money down for Roadster. You're all going to have to keep waiting. Their goal is to reach a 10-second cycle time for Cybercab, which if the line of Cybercab was about the same size as the Model Y, it'd be about 2 to 3 million run rate production per year. So they basically 5x the amount of cars-ish out of the same 5 to 6x out of the same footprint. So another way of thinking about it is that it basically the cars per square foot will go up tremendously because of that unbox process. Go ahead,
Which
Hans,
is
you wanted to jump in?
interesting because I'm pretty sure that the China factory is under 30-second cycle times already. So the fact that they're using a larger cycle time number for the U.S. production, I mean, it will be produced here in the United States. So I guess that's fair. But yeah,
that's a great call out. AI5, they're aiming for less than 10% of the cost, 1/3 of the power usage, and about the same performance as a Blackwell chip from Nvidia. It's going to optimize for Tesla software. It's an integer-based system instead of a floating point. I'll ask about that later on. I have no idea what that means because I'm not as smart as these guys, obviously. They are going to be producing it out of 4 different plants: TSMC Taiwan, Samsung in Korea, I think he said, Arizona TSMC, and Texas TSMC. AI6 will come.
I think he meant Texas Samsung when he said Texas TSMC. I think
that's right.
He definitely said Texas TSMC, but I think
he meant Texas Samsung. Yeah. The one right up the road here from Giga Texas. AI6 will come about a year later, and it's going to look to double performance of AI5 on the same fab. Tesla may speak with Intel to increase production, and then one of the bigger things we've heard on this meeting was that Tesla may start doing their own fab process, and it sounds like they are basically going to do it. We'll see where. Nick had a theory that it might be in Mexico. Maybe Giga Mexico turns into Terra Mexico or whatever they want to call it. Their long-term goal is to reach 1 million wafer starts per month, which is very big. Don't know exactly how big, but very big is what they're saying. And I think people that are deep into chips probably know a lot more about that. Solar powered satellites, Tesla may get into it. Next year, there are 3 major products starting in 2026, the Cybercab, the Semi, and the robot. 4680 batteries will be used in Cybercab and Optimus. Unsupervised, they're looking to solve within a couple months. That's much safer than a human without having to pay attention. They're basically waiting for data confirmation. Tesla will look to increase their car production, their vehicle production, to 2.6 to 2.7 million units per year run rate by the end of 26, 4 million by the end of 27, and 5 million by the end of 28. And then for their sustainable abundance ambitions with the bot and Cybercab, et cetera, chips and energy will be their limiting factors. They have a path for a below 20 cents per mile for robo-taxi, utilizing Cybercab, I'm sure. And then for, I have to mention this, I'm sorry. There was a question about Cybercab, if they were waiting for, if they were confident that they were going to be able to run the line at full bore as they enter production because of regulation. And then the guidance from Tesla was basically Tesla is confident that they're going to get the approvals from regulators so that they're not held up, but they are, they don't have anything secured. Or that they will match
production to what is available.
So you already know what the answer is, okay? So for everyone that's been giving me shit, sit down, all right? You know what's gonna happen. I just don't understand why people are doubting this. It blows my mind. Anyway, Starship cost per ton orbit, well, that's SpaceX related. They'll look to enable Tesla shareholders to invest in SpaceX stock. It's one thing that they're going to look into. We'll see if that's going to be a thing or not. And then Bot will require tens of billions of dollars of training compute, and partnering with XAI might enable that, but we'll see. But I think that's one of the first times we heard from the company that sort of quantifying the CapEx requirement for training Bot, which is something that we talked about before the thing went live. Your interview with Brett, that sort of highlighted this, but Tesla investors, if you're looking to invest in Tesla long term, they're about to start running through some friggin', they're going to start burning paper. They're going to start burning paper. So those dividends are not going to be anytime soon, unless they cash flow so hard that, you know, God knows what they're going to do with it. Unless they have so much money that who knows what's going to happen. Okay, Hans, you seems like you're excited to go, so you go.
I was just going to say, thankfully, you know, Cybercab should be throwing off lots of dollar bills while they're using lots of dollar bills to invest in, starting all kinds of crazy things with, you know, CapEx for Optimus is going to be huge on a number of fronts. The training, you know, infrastructure just being one of them. If they want to set up a, you know, it's really expensive to do chip fab. If you want to have a Terra chip fab, that is not cheap. So, yeah.
How long do you think, Hans, it would take realistically to build that out? Like 5 years or how long? You're unmuted. You're muted.
Yeah. Man, I have been trying to understand TSMC's business recently at a very high level, and I'm not deep enough down that rabbit hole to have confidence. I would think that you would want to do that partnership with someone like TSMC. I know he said, you know, they're thinking about doing it in-house. Holy smokes, how it would be so hard. Like, TSMC is one of the greatest businesses in history of all time, period, bar none. And trying to match the magnitude of chips that they produce without them would be insane. So definitely talking about something that would take years. My reading of the tea leaves is that he thinks that that's going to be necessary based on, you know, trying to scale. Like, he has in his mind the same type of order of magnitude math for Optimus that he's talked about before, that, hey, we're going to start with, you know, like 10,000, then we want 1 million, then we want to go to 10 million, then we want 100 million, then we want 1 billion. And I'm going to push for roughly, you know, 1 year to 2 years in between each of those order of magnitude jumps. And so I think a lot of his estimations of how much chip fab they're going to need are based on that many Optimus robot deliveries. And I think that that number and quantity of Optimus deliveries is definitely questionable. So, like if Optimus progress doesn't meet Elon time, then I think that dramatically moves the needle on, do you need to set up your own Terafab or not, and on what timeline. So that is just, that's a crazy, swing for the fences statement to think that you're going to need a Terafab before the world catches up to being able to provide you one.
Could it be another one of those things where it's like a 4680 type situation where they go into 4680 and then there's just a multi-year lag, and then it's just a supplement to what he foresees. It's like, are the other fabs really ready for 1 billion humanoid robots per year in his head? Because that's the math he's going to go through, right?
Well, let me ask you this question: how many giant ass companies are there that make really good batteries?
Giant ass. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not very many, but it's more than make chips. And so the magnitude of the difficulty involved in producing dry battery electrodes is not as difficult as producing high quality chips at scale.
It's not as difficult.
Yeah.
So the TSMC game is easier than the Tesla's 4680 game.
No, it's harder.
You just said it's easier.
The opposite of you saying. I think there's more battery companies than specialized chip companies, he's saying.
Yes.
I see. Okay, got it. The batteries are easier than the chips.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So then how much of this is a play to, I think we talked about this before. He's beholden to TSMC in a lot of different ways, and Samsung hasn't proven.
His partnership with Samsung is directly aimed at trying to diversify, not be beholden to them. Yeah, create competition and also multi-source, like be able to, he gets batteries from multiple vendors already besides Tesla's in-house thing, and they want to do the same thing for chips. They want to purchase from both Samsung and from TSMC. I think, they're going to give lip service to Intel. Like, it would take a miracle for Intel to be able to manufacture anything in a scale that's worth working with Intel to begin with.
Also, what I see is him announcing that, Tesla's going to have to build the Terafab is also sort of like hedging Tesla's bets to massively scale Optimus. Like, what if China takes over Taiwan semiconductor and there's like a economic war and whatnot, that Tesla still has to be able to produce all these chips. And so this is a good hedge for that, because it seems like the number one priority of Elon at this point, now that the shareholder pass, is to get to his valuation targets on time, to get his control ownership where it needs to be, so he feels safe having the robot army built by Tesla. So to me, it seems like he's going to go all hands on deck, all pedal to the metal, balls to the wall, whatever you want to call it, to get this Optimus production ramped up and in a secure way that it's not risked in ramping it up.
Yeah. Do you guys think that unsupervised FSD, like, how do you guys view the regulatory pathway for that? Because if they're really at the point where they can start offering, so let's put it this way. If Tesla does start releasing unsupervised by the end of the year, beginning of next year, where they are allowing people to text and drive, literally, number one, is that allowed? What's the regulation around? So if the car's doing exactly what it's saying, but you're not looking at in front of you, but the car's got it, is the cop still going to pull you over for distracted driving? My guess is probably yes, because he can probably see in the car. So who's at fault at that point? So number one, and then are they going to be able to run a Super Bowl commercial on February that says Teslas can now, you can now text and drive with your Tesla. You can buy yours for whatever, $399 per month lease starting now. Like, if they really have that killer product, are they actually going to be able to start marketing it for its capability, for its actual capability? Or does it not matter? Like once you reach a point where the car can drive you around without you having to pay attention and texting and driving, just still tell people, hey, don't worry about, basically it's like you can still drive the car and we're going to allow you to text and drive, but you shouldn't, but you can. Is it going to be one of those like unmarketable things? Like it is, I'm verbalizing so poorly. One of Tesla's biggest weaknesses has been that they haven't been able to properly communicate how insanely great their products are relative to what the public thinks they can do. And unsupervised FSD is only going to make that gap even bigger. So are they going to be able to actually tell the public what it's capable of because of regulation?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think they can definitely show it off through robo-taxi. Like, hey, this is a service that we can operate. Oh, and by the way, our consumer cars are also capable of this. But does that really register with things? It is a fascinating question.
How are they going to signal to like the police? Like if you're driving an unsupervised FSD, let's say Tesla takes liability through Tesla insurance, you have to sign up with them, and then you can have Tesla unsupervised FSD drive you around. How is it going to signal to the outside world, like the police, that you're on and you're allowed to look at your phone or whatever? How's it going to signal?
Right.
Maybe
where do cops pull people over for distracted driving? I've never seen this before.
I'm going to ask Grok. I want to ask if, in a hypothetical, if Tesla did have a system where it would be 100% autonomous and people don't have to pay attention and somebody's paying attention to their phone and the car's driving perfectly, could you still be pulled over? I want to ask that question. If Tesla could, here, let me share my screen so people can see what I'm doing instead of looking like an idiot, which is what I do anyway, but we'll make ourselves look like a smart idiot. If Tesla had an unsupervised FSD system that could drive the car without you having to pay attention, and you are using your phone while the car is driving you around perfectly, would there still be grounds to be pulled over based on current regulation and laws in the US? Thinking about our request. Okay. Because that's I mean, again, this goes back to my Cybercab thing, right? That answer was not very confidence inspiring from Elon when he was asked about, the literal word for word answer was, we think the regulators are going to keep up with us. What an insane thing to say. What an insane thing to say.
I mean, like those regulators aren't like the DMV and max capacity in terms of regulation.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's something's up.
He's got a bat phone to Trump though, and then Sean Duffy by way of that. So you'd think that maybe they can do something quick there if they need to.
Well, I mean, there had to be. I mean, so the charitable. Okay, here we go. So in the hypothetical scenario you described, where Tesla's full self-driving system achieves true unsupervised autonomy, current U.S. laws and regulations would generally not provide grounds for law enforcement to pull you over solely for using your phone. Distracted driving laws target drivers, not passengers. All 50. Oh wait, hold on. What?
You're technically a passenger then.
Okay. But you are sitting behind the steering wheel and pedal. Yeah. So the answer is gonna be obviously yes. Of course they can pull you over. Right. This is what a weird place we're in, where Tesla's technology is so good, and it's going to get to a point where it's going to far surpass anything else that's out there, that the legal framework we have is not going to be able to account for it. It's going to require some mass, and again, that could be Duffy. That could be, yes, there would still be grounds for a police officer to pull you over in most U.S. states under current laws and regulations. Here's why. You're legally considered the driver if you're in the driver's seat. Distracted driving laws apply broadly to the driver. No widespread exemptions for unsupervised personal automated vehicles, autonomous vehicles. Potential outcomes of a pullover: ticket, fine, defenses, variations by state. Okay. Until the states explicitly exempt vehicles like a Tesla with unsupervised FSD, and Tesla removes controls Well, I don't think they have to necessarily remove controls. Using your phone puts you at risk for a stop. For now, keep hands off the phone and stay legal. Ironic, since one hand might already be off the wheel. What? Doesn't make sense. Anyway, okay, so that's going to be fascinating to watch, because if Tesla has a capability, they're not going to be able to market it. You can't put you're going to have NHTSA up your ass if you run that Super Bowl commercial, that I've been dreaming for them to do, where they're like, hey, you can text and drive. It's going to require some regulatory hurdles for them to jump through. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think good thing he has a good repaired relationship with the Trump administration. I think that's going to have to be leveraged and communicated to communicated properly to the current administration, who's kind of in charge of some of these regulators.
It would still be state level though, right? Driver's licenses are
couldn't they? Isn't Sean Duffy trying to get like some national framework in play? Wasn't there like some talk of that? Didn't he go visit like Elon and talk about like they're trying to get these reporting standardized?
Before Elon called him Sean Dummy?
Yeah, wait, yeah. Now, hopefully he didn't mess that up. Hopefully he didn't burn that bridge too.
I'm sure a politician being called a dummy has no impact whatsoever.
But he's prepared with the boss, his boss, Trump. At least he's friends with again for now. Knock on wood.
I just don't know if a federal framework can override states' rights when it comes to driving.
Well, Texas will probably pass it pretty quickly, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Florida.
So they would have to bank on your Floridas, your Texas, your Nevadas. So for Cybercab to work, if they really are going to go balls to the wall, no steering wheel and pedal, and regulation is going to catch up, then you're going to have states that adopt the technology, not necessarily the United States. That's the only way this can work. So your Austin Metro, your Dallas Metro, your Houston Metro, Orlando, Miami, whatever, Fort Lauderdale, St. Pete, etc., Vegas. These are the only places you're going to be able to find Cybercab. And if they're really going to try to reach a 2 million run rate per year, did they say how?
I think that'll take a little while.
Do we know what the actual capacity is in Texas that they're launching with for Cybercab? No? Okay.
Well, how about this? What if like the robo-taxi is approved in places, the robo-taxi network is just a Tesla Model Y with the latest chip and software, right? So what if you just temporarily put your car in the robo-taxi network and you sit in the passenger seat while it's taking you wherever you need to go?
Yeah, I mean, but then the robo-taxi network would have to be operating in those metros.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're in New York City, you're not going to be able. I mean, you'll just have an extremely capable supervised system that won't punish you for not paying attention. I think that's probably what they're gonna do. And if the car gets
I got a better idea. Listen, I got a better idea. What if in this unsupervised full self-driving software suite, there's a police detector that alerts you if a policeman is nearby, so you got to stay off your phone.
A freaking police scanner, just
you got
standard in every car.
8 cameras facing all different directions, like detected police car, northwest, 200 meters. Get off your phone.
Yeah, I don't know. But again, like NHTSA is going to be like, Tesla is encouraging people to not pay attention on the road.
Yeah.
That system's going to get disabled.
Imagine the headline.
Yeah. But I think like the ultimate story here is like, again, like they've actually done it. They've actually done it and the world isn't ready for it. That's the lesson. Tesla has figured out how to put unsupervised self-driving in millions of cars. And then the world is just not able to
absorb.
And
the bottom line is it's safer. It's saving lives. That's what saving lives. That's the ridiculous thing about all this. It's like we're trying to save lives here, but coincidentally, it gives you your time back and your phone, your ability to use your phone and text. But it's also saving lives. It's like two things that are great.
100%. What was you guys' biggest takeaway from this? Emmett or Hans, whichever wants to go first. Like, what was the thing that like made you go, okay, aha, or boo?
I would
besides
say,
his,
because I'm leaving in a couple minutes. I would just quickly say that the determination Elon seemed to communicate in ramping up Optimus. It sounds like the two. I was a little. I'm not gonna lie, Hans, when you were, explaining your conversation with Brett and how in the 2030s, I was getting a little down on that. But now I'm kind of reinvigorated. Like, I think he's going to get to the million humanoid robot a year by 2028, 2029, probably, and maybe 10,000 next year and 100,000 the year after. So I'm excited again,
Well, good. I hope that I'm wrong. I'm not going to invest on Elon's Optimus timeline basis, though.
Okay.
Yeah. I do think the I mean, this is one of those.
I'll just say I'm not going to buy calls based on those estimates.
Those targets.
Hey, look, James Stevenson in the chat. He said everyone should be allowed to buy
where?
FSD unsupervised except for Dan O'Dowd.
Love it.
I love
love
James,
it.
by the way. He's always calling out all
Yes.
the bears. I love that. It makes them
He
accountable.
is like
he's like the best.
unrelenting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I told him he's doing God's work today.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, the Tesla bought 1 million units per year by like 2028, 2029. That would be like an even bigger moment than proving to everybody that you can have a profitable EV maker in 2013, or a Model 3 ramp that ended up being profitable in 2018, and a Model Y crazy scale in 2020. It would be insane.
Yeah. He
It
said
would
at
be
least
insane.
3 or 4 times, like the priority is to massively scale up Optimus as fast as possible. Like he didn't say just
Yeah.
one time. He
Yep.
there was at least 3 times where he said that.
What's the biggest signal we're going to look for in the next 12 months to see if that is actually happening?
Well, one of the things we didn't hear tonight was, when is V3 going to be unveiled? He has told us before it was Q1. No mention today. Does V3 actually get unveiled in Q1 of 2026? That's the first clue. And then, whenever V3 gets unveiled, how many get made in 2026? Like, I think that supposedly we were going to have 10,000 made this year. That never happened. So do we get 10,000 V3s made next year? I hope so.
Yeah.
I think it's feasible.
The whole thing I think that's feasible about it, Hans, hear me out, is that when the real world AI problem of full self-driving has to be like 99.9999999% like useful to what a human would do in every possible nuanced case to be massively deployed, right? But the opposite is sort of not the opposite, but conversely with the bot, it just has to be like 99% accurate with what humans can do to be massively scaled.
And maybe not even that. Yeah, like as long as the thing's not even at first when they are breaking down all the time, like I expect that if they're going into production of Cybercab in April of 2026, like there's gotta be hundreds of jobs that they could give to whatever version of Optimus 2.5, maybe version 3, like to do some tasks. Like I think that will happen. The question
up trash on the
is
side of the road or whatever.
yeah, the question is just how much support staff overhead does it take to get the Optimus to do that job? And then it'll be like, okay, how many people do we like, just like we have, how many people do we want to hire to drive around and be safety monitors with robo-taxi today? Like, I believe that's one of the big caps on how many robo-taxis are deployed. It's going to be the same type of dynamic. Like, how many people do we need to be tending this Optimus workforce inside of our Cybercab production facility?
What did you guys think about the vote getting passed with 75%? Yes.
Is it over 75%? Because I don't think they have exact numbers. I mean, it could turn out when they give the
over.
final count. It could be like 80 something, but we'll see. But I think that's a great sign. Yeah.
Yeah. That means it would have passed with Elon and Kimball being recused, correct? Because they're 13%?
Probably, but I think it also depends on what amount of overall Tesla share. If only like all the Tesla shareholders, only 20% voted, then that would be no, probably. But I think the majority of outstanding Tesla shares are probably voted on in this one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm looking through my notes here. I think this one was like a mixture of like my biggest takeaways. Oh, sorry, Hans, did you go through your biggest takeaway? Sorry.
I guess I didn't. I would say it seemed like we've heard almost everything that was said tonight before, other than some, like timeline updates. So no like huge groundbreaking revelations. Good to hear him focused on, I think my biggest takeaway is that yes, Optimus and chips are the biggest technical problem that Tesla needs to solve. And while I am somewhat skeptical on timelines, one thing that I'm highly confident of is this is such a hard friggin' problem. And it's going to take so much engineering effort, so much money, so many resources to solve. This is going to be really hard for anyone who doesn't have the ability to marshal the resources that Elon has to solve it. And so I feel very comfortable being highly confident that Tesla will be the first company, regardless of what that timeline looks like, to have mass market, high value, general humanoid robots that can do lots and lots of things. Because he's working on all of the right, like hands, chips, and Optimus, like everything else about Optimus design, Optimus production. That's Elon's focus. That's going to be, I think the 1 million robots that are part of his pay package is only a fraction of what it'll take to get to that $7 trillion ish valuation. And so like he's highly incentivized to do all of that. And that's, all of the things that we heard tonight were just him kind of downloading his brain where he's thinking tonight on all of those big, hard, important issues. And so he's focused on the right, like it's the biggest product. It's the thing he needs to be focused on. He is focused on it. He is making progress. Like they are moving the ball forward. And that's, those are all the most important things.
Yeah. One thing that I thought, I just remember of this, he made one comment that I thought was extremely tone deaf and gave a very bad vision. So when he said Optimus will stop people from doing crime, remember that comment? It's like, I don't care about people, taking it out of context or whatever. I'm like, bro, there's like literally like how do you take that in good context?
Hey, it's better than being in jail, but yeah, like that is not how that comment is going to be interpreted.
It can't be communicated in that manner because I understand where he was coming from. Would you rather put somebody in captivity or would you rather have somebody that can experience freedom? But then you start the discussion. Like it's so crazy we're here. Now you start the discussion.
Are you going to have a Optimus nanny coming around and watching you? And it implies that for a long time, the talking point was it's going to be, smaller than you and weaker than you so that you can overpower it. I mean, if it can follow you around and keep you from doing crime, it can do a lot of other things to you too.
Yeah.
So,
that's a, just from a optics perspective and an adoption perspective and a regulations perspective, that's just something to be very mindful of if you're following the story closely, because if that's going to bring a lot of negative attention. I would say for the right reasons, because then you start a discussion of and then another thing that he said during the meeting. Well, the AI is going to be in control. Nobody's going to be in control. The AI is going to be the thing that's going to rule everybody anyway. Like how will people with power today that have a lot of money, how are they going to sort of transition into this world where, as money becomes less and less, has less worth, are they going to be okay with it? And he's like, well, AI is going to be in charge anyway. Okay. Quite the things were like he opened up
confidence
like two giant,
inspiring.
Yeah, very confidence inspiring. Very huge can of worms you're opening up there for people that are, and I think the challenge is going to have is like reconciling that with like being pro-humanity but relinquishing control to the robots. Right? That's sort of his conversation is like, well, the key thing here is going to be to create an AI that's maximally curious and will view humanity in a positive manner, right? Look, the robots are already turning off your lights over there in the background. They don't like this discussion. That's I'm not talking this. I don't think this is an immediate thing, but I do think like as the time goes on, that's something that is going to have to be squared away, because that's going to be. Are we sure we're building a future that's better for humans under that light, right? Because that's sustainable abundance implies that one question was asked was, I think that was my favorite question of the whole thing, was implies that people that currently have power will no longer have it, as much of it relative to everybody else. What is that going to do to the balance of society? What is that going to do to their ambitions? There are powerful people that are in power just because they like power. That exists, and I mean, we saw the FUD wars when Tesla was going up the ranks with EVs, and and there were short sellers going like crazy, and just negative headline after negative headline, and by media outlets that just had a conflict of interest because a lot of their advertising came from oil and gas and our legacy automakers, so they weren't incentivized to run positive stories on Tesla and negative stories on legacy auto. It was the opposite. So anyway, this getting more philosophical, but I think that's if you're a Tesla investor, you're following this story closely, I think that is the kind of discussion you have to go through your head because of how disruptive this technology is. Those are going to be the challenges. And then what happens when the Mandanis rise during that, right? And socialism starts to get louder and louder as AI displaces jobs. If you get to 10 million robots per year, you're going to be laying off a lot of people. What does that mean?
Yep. It's going to be crazy. And yeah, that is, I mean, it really does depend on the speed at which these things ramp. If things go slower than all of the, AI 2027 maxis and Elon's humanoid robot predictions, I think it's better for humanity as far as our ability to digest how insano this world is going to be, and for new structures to be able to bootstrap themselves into existence to help deal with because all of the problems that you're talking about, like, they're problems, and humanity is pretty good at solving problems if there's enough time. So I mean, obviously we create problems too, so it'll be a wild ride, that is for sure. We live in the most interesting of times.
What a perfect way to end this. Hans, where can people find you?
They can find me on YouTube at Hans C. Nelson and on X at Hans C. Nelson.
Thank you, everybody. 4 hours
Like and subscribe to Farzad.
And like and subscribe to, oh shit, mirrored.
Yep.
This way to Hans. Do it, everybody. Bye, everybody. Hope everybody had a fantastic day. See ya.